people can donate to give teams drive-through penalties. I think I know where my hard-earned savings might be going whilst we do this race. To be honest, I might have an inkling to give a drive-through out myself.
It's always great to have giving to charity, but it's even better when you have an extra incentive and some fun to spice up the race as well. It's going to be exciting to see how many of these you manage to get and how much effect they manage to have on the race.
Well, folks, for those of you that maybe couldn't hear us there, hello and welcome to RCI's presentation of the 4 hours of Spa Charity Race. This is the RCI staff teamed up with community members. Each team here today comprised of a community member and a RCI staff member. And just finishing up a little bit of practice, get ready to go into qualifying. We have 3 different tiers here. Pro, as denoted by the white placard, Pro-Am, which are denoted by the red placards. I know that's a little bit confusing. And then the Am class, which is denoted by silver today. So silver are going to be the slower class today, simply because of the way it is put up. And there is the end of the qualifying or the practice period. As we jump into qualifying, I will very quickly repeat the caveats to today's charity event, and they are very interesting indeed. You donate $10 or more, you get to give any team that you wish a success penalty, meaning that we are going to restrict their engine by 10%. If you donate $20 or more, you can make a team immune to getting such a engine restriction for 30 minutes. And if you donate 100 or more, well, that gives a team a drive-through. You can only give a team a drive-through once in this race. So if the 899 gets a drive-through penalty, they can't get that penalty again. And as for the $10 giving somebody 10% engine restriction, well, that lasts for 10 minutes, and then they are immune for 20 minutes after that. That keeps people from, well, basically keeping them at the back for too long. We feel like that's fair.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't give the people too much control to mess with things, but there's still going to be plenty of downside to some of these teams if they do catch the ire of anyone in the community who wants to give them a slowdown for charity.
I mean, if you are going to be giving out penalties for people, I think in the name of charity, it's the best way. So I think the teams themselves will probably understand why they've been disadvantaged in the race. But I mean, at the end of the day, right, guys, it's all for a good cause and it's all for some fun. Hopefully, it's all targeted towards the teams up at the front, and you start to see a little change up, and then, well, if you're up at the front, you're in the firing line of the viewers and the potential for them to donate and change the way your race is going.
Makes it a bit like Mario Kart with all those stars and blue shells and such, doesn't it?
Well, I can tell you some other things that have happened today. Well, we had pre-qualifying some penalties already given out. Mike Jones, owner of RCI, and he was the first to donate. He donated 19 days ago when this was set up. We determined that donations that happened before qualifying started, if they wrote in what they wanted the penalty to be for, there would be one. And well, Mike Jones wants Harry Conway to have a penalty right now.
That's going to take up a lot of his qualifying, so that's going to be interesting to see. It might give us a good vision of how much exactly time you can lose through this engine restriction, because I don't know about you guys, but I have very little experience with engine restrictions at all, or any sort of ballast in ACT. So we'll have to keep an eye on Conway once he's got that to see how it's going.
So, Jesse, am I right in understanding that you are actually responsible for the
Don't do this to me.
I mean, you're the person that now allocates it out. So, I mean, you know, a lot of power and responsibility on your hands.
Yes, yes, indeed. I'm actually typing up Harry Conway's penalty right now. It's going to be 10 minutes of restrictor for the 2-1-2.
And that's is that a 10% engine restriction being applied on there?
That is indeed.
And I mean, that is going to definitely hurt up towards the Kemmel Strait for these drivers that are getting their ballast applied. So, well, like you said, Gareth, definitely going to be interesting to see how it affects them both in qualification and how the race progresses, but all in the name of charity and all in the aim of creating as much income as we can for the charity. So it's all fun, it's all good, and you know, these teams, mixtures of drivers, staff members, and community members, it should be a whole lot of laughs for the next 4 hours.
Well, just getting logged into admin and getting everything going. I see some people in chat. By the way, I heard that team that Ryan Gill's on, it's Gergo Panker and Ryan Gill. They have a lot of success penalties coming their way today.
Nice. I'm very interested to see if certain teams do get targeted from reputation prior to the race. It's going to be good to see. I know, for instance, there's going to be people from ACCSS, the league I'm involved with, watching, and they're definitely going to want to give some of our members some knockdowns, which will be fun to see as we're starting to get towards the first flying laps here in qualifying to really start setting our times.
Well, we just went live. We've already hit 11% of our overall goal. Our goal is to have $1,000 donated to Partners in Health PIH. And like I said, we will explain more about Partners in Health, what they're about, and why we support them here at RCI in just a little bit. But our goal is $1,000. We've already raised $109, over 11% of our goal. And a lot of these messages do not have who they want to penalize in them. So we're going to take it by the fact that they don't have anybody they want to penalize simply because they don't want to. But as it comes out early, Mike Jones, the only one willing to fire a shot in qualifying right now.
I also seem to remember reading in the very fine print of this rule set that if the donations do not have a particular person allocated out to them, that maybe Jesse Lee is allowed to flex a little bit of his power and his bias, and he can kind of just apply that out. Is that true, or is that was that very, very small fine print that no one else got to read?
I probably won't be doing that simply because of what happened pre-race today.
Don't be scared, Jesse. Don't be scared. The money coming in means that somebody needs to get some restriction, to be honest.
Well, Harry Conway has donated $10 to give a 10% ballast to car 711. So 711 is going to have a bit of ballast here.
Oh, of course. I think he's targeting his teammate, isn't he? Billy Octane and Nathaniel in that donate to get Speed Juice 711. So Harry Conway and Billy Octane already taking shots at each other early on, and ballast being applied to them.
Yeah,
well, there it is. 2 cars with success ballast in qualifying, is just as I said. Billy Octane knows that he was going to get targeted, and he has come back. Harry Conway has come back and given a penalty himself.
It looks like the Harry Conway Lamborghini sitting in pits, perhaps planning to just wait out his restrictor, quite high up the orders so far as it is, interestingly. Similarly with the 711 Mercedes, although that just went too wide on the exit of Radion, it looked like, and spoilt that lap.
Very quickly, I just want to give a thank you to Mike Jones, Bart Matcha, Anonymous, Aristoteles, Dangs, Brian Murray, Harry Conway, and Billy Octane, all coming in hot with the $10 donations. Dangs and Aristoteles donated $25. So thank you very much for your very generous donations. Even before we explain what Partners in Health is, it's fantastic. And I assume they've looked it up. Actually, if you go to the link provided to you in chat, it goes to justgiving.com to our Racing Club International page, and it actually tells you about Partners in Health a little bit. We will explain a little bit more, but fantastic early going as we have over a tenth of the way there.
Yeah, it's a good start. It's good to see it coming in already. Hopefully, we'll see more penalties attached to ones in the future as we're watching Gil in a very nice Aston Martin livery. Big fan of this one. Not one that you get to see as often, I feel like, but good bright colour. Quite far down the order so far, and in the pro class, so we're going to want to get a bit of a run on to meet those other boys at the top. Obviously, the class is based on both of the drivers, so not necessarily going to match up class by class in qualifying, because some of them will have, I believe most of them have their slower drivers in. That might be a rule. It seems pretty consistent.
Well, things calming down here. Several of the teams, I talked to a lot of the teams here in pre-race today, and they were fairly confident in their abilities and their teammates. None of them were willing to quite throw their teammate under the bus. I was a bit concerned about the Gergo Panker Ryan Gill team. Most of the other teams communicated with me this morning that they would be willing to give them the maximum of 8 restriction penalties today. And oh boy, I don't know what they did to make everybody else want to give them so many penalties, but there you have it.
Well, that's even more motivation then for them to get themselves up the qualifying board, because they're going to need to get themselves all the gap they can if they're going to have to take on that many penalties. The pole position so far being held by the Boswell driven Aston Martin 478, 217.8.
Well, there were definitely there are definitely a couple of teams that were very confident in their abilities, but they were not confident that they would make it without getting a donation penalty today. So we will have to see how that works out. Remember, if you are donating $10 to give somebody a penalty, remember it gives them a 10% engine restrictor, and after that 10 minutes is up, the restrictor is turned off, and then for another 20 minutes, they cannot get another penalty. So if you try to apply a penalty for a car that already had one in the past 20 minutes, well, it won't go through, and I'll do my best to communicate as such. But it's going to be a day. I think it's going to be full of penalties or restrictors. I am curious to see if anybody will go for the whole 100 for a drive-through. A drive-through here is absolutely crippling at Spa.
Yeah, we definitely picked the best track to have that as a donation incentive here, because that is a huge amount of time lost, and it's even more than just the length of the pit lane, because the length of the pit lane means that your tires are going to be shivering by the time you get out the other side of there, and you're going to have to be a little bit careful going up Radio No Rouge for the first time.
Got to be very careful. A lot of meme cars here today. As it was announced to us, it was supposed to be some good meming fun here today. There is no sort of what do you call stewards? There are no stewards here today, but I have warned a lot of the teams today that if they wreck somebody and we catch it on camera, if Nick Setnick catches it on camera and it's egregious and you do not stop to let somebody by, I will probably give you a penalty anyway.
Beautiful.
That is so dangerous and so great.
It
all
is
at the
so
same time.
simple. If you wreck somebody, give the place back.
Okay, so if they do act with sportsmanlike conduct, then they will avoid the wrath of Jesse Lee, the penalty man.
Yeah, I am now Jesse. I have the power Lee here today on RCI TV. Thank you for joining us on your Saturday morning, afternoon, wherever you are in the world. We are very thankful to have you with us. If you can't donate, if you don't wish to donate today, that's perfectly all right. To just help us by spreading the word. Let people know what we're doing here. I hope that no matter what, that you enjoy today's broadcast. It's going to be very fun indeed. Of course, I am Jesse Lee. I've got Gareth and George G-Mac Smith with me in the booth right now. And it's just a bunch of the guys hanging out right now, waiting for qualifying to inevitably shake out. Guys, I'm not surprised that we have a silver team up in the second place, because again, a lot of these community drivers are pros in their own right that are just with a slower RCI staff member.
I love the fact that Jake Boswell and Bruno Cadili in that 478 are currently sitting in pole. Actually, I mean, that's quite a nice little team that they've formed up there. Jake, no slouch himself, and of course Bruno also equally talented behind the wheel. So I mean, they're doing well. And of course, you said the silver class of that 131 also just sneaking their way up in quali. A whole bunch of drivers getting allocated ballast during the quali session, so they're on limited limping limbs as they try and set their times. And I think that some of the drivers now will be okay with getting a bit of ballast during the quali session and think that it's not great for the race. And as those donations peel in, we'll see how that affects the top running drivers and pretty much whatever our viewers decide to influence in the race. It's going to be super.
Well, what I can tell you is the 212 just had their ballast removed. That was 10 minutes for qualifying. And here's what I didn't tell anybody, George, is qualifying is separate than the race. There is no 20-minute cool down before somebody can give the 212 a penalty in the race. You can do that immediately once the race starts.
That is brilliant.
Qualifying,
I like that rule.
Different from the race, so that's how I've marked it down. But the 212 has had their ballast removed, and hopefully they can get the one banker lap in here at the end of the race.
Yeah, hopefully they've timed it right, because they already got a pretty good position with the early lap before they got that ballast, considering their ballast. But if they've timed this right, they can start a nice flyer just as their restrictor's taken off and get really high up there, obtain the other car with 711, who should still have their ballast in place, just leaving the pits as well. But still, again, a decent time for them, reasonably high up the order.
Very fascinating indeed. Jake Boswell, Jake the Bosmeister Boswell in the 478, leading the field right now in that Aston. And a lot of teams, like I said earlier, picked sort of meme cars. We got a lot of GTRs. Here's Dave Vanderneet. Talked to him earlier, and Jordan Daly here as well. Not necessarily a meme car, but it is very, very yellow, the Queen Bentley. And here's Ryan Gill, who is not driving for Brussels Racing today. I expect him to get several penalties. And I asked him pre-race who he had made mad this week, because everybody, before I even talked to their team, said that they were going to give them as many restrictor penalties as possible today. None of those coming in qualifying, and they are up into the 14th place position. I asked them how they felt about their race. They said, well, the car and everything's fine, but we don't think we're going to be anywhere near the front because everybody else hates us. Very funny indeed. Well, bubblegum brake pads, George Smith. Bubblegum brake. I don't know why that ruined my brain. As Joshua Devonshire is taking his car around, they were confident as well in the number 12 that they were going to have a decent day.
I mean, just laughing at that team name. I mean, there are some very interesting team names that these drivers have set themselves up. If you guys haven't seen the Spotters Guide, there's a run through of all of them, and some of them are incredibly difficult to try and pronounce. Mike Noble's team being notably one of the few that I think we need to have a commentator's attempt at all being able to say. Let me try and find where they are on the track at the moment. They are currently sitting in 8th place, the 321. I mean, that one is going to be a mouthful to try and say. I'm going to try and give it an attempt. A Bratkartoffeln sauerkraut salad racing team. I have no idea if I was even remarkably or reasonably close, but I feel like there's so many letters in that name that you could kind of just get anything out and it would be okay. JC, I think you have to try it.
I'm sorry, what's that? Oh, the Bratkartoffeln sauerkraut salad. Yeah.
Oh, I liked it. I think you did it better than me. Gareth, your turn to attempt it.
I think Bratkartoffeln sauerkraut salad seems reasonable.
Oh,
I don't, Gareth. That was actually a really nice.
That was
one
good.
there.
Hey, I think
yeah,
Gareth has
proper.
to say the 321 team name every time now.
I didn't actually ask them about their team name because I was talking to Vanderneet earlier, and I had to quickly move on. We had so many teams. I was trying to get to as many as I could before. I didn't actually get to ask them about their name. I asked the number 0. Is 0 number? We'll talk about that at some point as qualifying ends. But talked to them about the 42 car. Their name of their team is they took our number, and I asked Eris. I was like, what was your number? And it was 42. So they have a vendetta out for the 42, and we've heard, and this is an interesting, Gareth and George. Some of the teams said, "Oh, this race isn't stewarded?" ? If we're behind, we'll just cut Radion.
Well, I mean, JC is going to be the steward here to all of those guys that think that they can just come in here with such disgusting mentality behind the race. JC will catch you, and you'll get a drive-through penalty, and then it's all going to be tears. So I wouldn't recommend it. You know, just because there's not a lot of eyes doesn't mean that JC doesn't have eyes at the back of his head.
I feel like you can get away with a few. As long as you're not near another car, so we're not looking at you. But I don't think the in-game stewards ever sleep. So if you cut it too much, I feel like you're still going to be getting those automatic responses.
Very good, very good friend and very smart human being, Seb Bernier, has sent me the translation of Bratkartoffeln sauerkraut salad. And it is fried potatoes, sour herb salad, or sauerkraut salad, as we would say it here in the States. We wouldn't say sour herb, but so it's fried potatoes and sauerkraut is what it is, and that actually sounds not bad at all.
No, I think it sounds pretty appetizing, especially when you say it for me, Jesse. I think it gives me shivers across my entire body.
Oh, dear. Well, it is nice to have George here. George, of course, anchoring the Thursday GT4 Championship. I tune in for that simply to hear George and Sam go about their business for 30 minutes at a time. Of course, there's 2 races in that particular championship every week, and very, very fascinating indeed. But that will conclude qualifying for today. Jake Boswell, or Jake the Bosmeister Boswell, will take pole in the 478 over Williams in the 131. Harry Conway, despite the 10% ballast, goes to 3rd in the Lamborghini and gets it done. Barton Macha in the 97 will be 4th. Fabian Schmedberger in 5th, rounding out the top 5. And Ryan Mawson, who didn't sound like he thought he was going to be up this far in the field, but is in 6th place in the 101, and Phil Vitt in 7th place in the Honda 55. It's weird to see Phil Vitt in a Honda. Josh Leishman in the number 10 AMG, and Billy Octane back in 9th place in the 711. Their penalty did not hurt them too much either. And then it's Eris rounding out the top 10. Gareth, go ahead and take it.
Van der Neat is 11th in the Nissan. Good to see a Nissan there. My car of choice recently, so really happy to see them reasonably far up. Then we have Edwards in the Aston Martin, 95 in the AM split. Daly, who I recognize the name. I'm not sure if that's the Daly I know, but number 2, Bentley. And then Daniel Durrett, another member of ACC SS, someone I know very well, in the Lamborghini, a car he's very used to. Oppenhausen, who I've raced together with many times, a great guy, in another Nissan, the number 48, before Heelman in the Porsche 911. Jill in that fantastic liveried Aston, I'm a big fan of, can't wait to see that. And then the big boss man of ACCS himself, Daniel Terry, in the Aston Martin. I'm sure we'll see a lot of penalties coming through for this man from our community. Devonshire, with leading the end of this trio of Aston Martins before we have De Bastos in yet another Nissan GTR.
I mean, these team names rounding out the top 10 are just great. I mean, Shaken Not Stirred, then starting in first, Tortoise and Hare starting in second, Triple 404 in third, Team Through Tortoise in fourth. Let's show Triple R how to drive that thing in fifth place. Have You Read the FAQ Racing in sixth, Baguetto Corsa in seventh, Spinala X Sidemax in eighth, Donate to Get Speed Juice in ninth, and Eau Rouge Makes Me Poo On in 10th. I mean, you just can't beat it, eh?
I was not prepared for that. Well, folks, wow. Okay. There is the ever-present worry of weather here. We had to restart practice a few times. That's why qualifying started a bit late, but also the weather changed 3 or 4 times in between those times. So weather's everything. 4 hours here. Inevitably, it's going to rain. It's likely going to rain just as much as it's not going to rain. It is something that a lot of the teams had practiced for as well. Well, now I think it's time to explain exactly what we're all doing here today. We are raising money for a worthy cause, Partners in Health, abbreviated as PIA. Well, Partners in Health is a global health organization that is dedicated to bringing healthcare equality to poor and impoverished peoples all around the world. PIH works with its world-leading medical and academic partners to ensure that those who would otherwise go without access to healthcare can have a preferential option for medical care just like you and I. RCI and PIH stand for social justice and equality, and we invite you to stand with us. RCI would like to thank you all for your support. Just being here is supportive. Donating is a bonus. It's a great cause, and you can annoy your friends with it today as well. So thank you to everybody who is participating, everybody here in the booth, everybody watching at home, and everybody on the racetrack. And PIH is a very worthy cause. And, well, it's going to be a fun race. And, oh, by the way, as soon as I said, guys, that there is no cooldown timer for a restrictor limit in the race if you donate $10, immediately there has been a donation to give the 212 its 10% restrictor back for the start of the race. And you know what, folks? I'm going to allow it.
Of course. Any and all donations now being made in the race will be applied directly to these drivers. So they will be starting with that ballast, or the restrictor, should we say, to their engines. And if you go and make a $100 donation as well, I mean, you know, we're going to have to slap in a drive-through penalty after the first race to some of these guys. I think the viewers are probably going to hold back on that one for a little bit. Let it kind of get to an important part of the race before applying something like that. But, you know, we don't want to tempt fate. Maybe someone is going to be ballsy enough to drop one of those donations early on.
Well, a big thank you to Joe Gleason. He says, number 202, please, for the start of the race. You got it, Joe. Joe's a commentator here, by the way, and they're having a fight in one of our boxes here. They've literally, Harry Conway has basically told him that you're number one with me. And for Petra Curio, if I pronounce your name wrong, I desperately apologize. The €20 donation from Petra. Thank you very much. Of course, we talked earlier about Billy Octane, Harry Conway. Excuse me, yeah, with their different penalty or their different donations. Yeah, I actually had to Aristotelis, who was a Akunos dev and also is in this race today. He donated and he wrote his donation message in Greek. I had to translate that, and it's basically says, "Let's have a good race." He did that about an hour ago. So indeed, let's have a good race. Now, here's the thing about the 2-1-2 penalty. Now, I'm not going to start that until the green flag is dropped. Is that evil? I feel like that might be a little evil.
Nope, that is fine, because obviously while they're doing their formation lap, no one needs the full usage of their engine anyway. So I think you would be doing our fans and our viewers a disservice by starting that penalty as the race starts. Definitely, it should only count when they are going live for the race.
Seems only fair to me. Don't want to be giving him an ease off on his penalty.
There we go. It's been approved. It's been voted for. Jesse chose it, and we just backed it up, didn't we, Gareth?
I love it.
It's all Jesse's fault.
But by the way, Joe Gleason, I didn't realize this, but RCI's Joe Gleason is actually racing with Michael Kundachoglu today in the 911, which is, you might guessed it, folks. It's a Porsche 911. It's the older 911 though, but it is that, and they're the Kraken Wagon, I think is how you pronounce that. But that's what team they're on. So Joe Gleason, who's actually helping us out right now, a little bit behind the scenes. He's helping me out a ton, in fact. So thank you, Joe, for that. He's going to be in that car later. Michael Kundachoglu is going to start that car. So basically, the 911 has given the 2-1-2 penalty for the start of the race. I love it.
Oh, spicy memes can be promised for the entire race. And if this is how things are starting off here, I can't wait to see how this race progresses.
It's good for the cars in front of Conway as well, if he's going to get a restrictor right at the start, because the Astons are notoriously bad away from starts. This is going to save them losing any places early, and give those McLarens maybe a chance to get a nice early jump into Eau Rouge, do something ballsy, like we'd all like to see, I'm sure.
Well, there are certainly a couple of teams here that have showed up to actually try and win this race, and then there's a lot of other teams that showed up here and were like, what can we do for the fun of it? And then there's teams, I keep mentioning Ryan Gill. Ryan Gill very nearly showed up in the Lamborghini Rex, but was talked out to it. Gergo Panker talked him out of it, basically.
I'm very glad to see the number 42 car, who obviously going to get targeted for number stealing, which I can confirm is a horrible crime in ACC. But they're in the Jaguar. Always great to see a Jag coming in every now and again. Nice green livery. Unfortunately, starting from the back, but that engine hopefully can power them through with a good tune.
Would you like some stats, everybody out there? Because I've got some stats for you. In the races that I broadcasted here for RCI at Spa-Francorchamps, where there was a Jag present, the Jag, out of 3 times that it was attempted, has won this race 2 out of the 3 times there's been one in the race.
I like those odds. I'm fully biased commentator here. Team Jag, let's go.
Well, I have been told that the Jag is not as potent here for whatever reason as it is at some other tracks in a straight line, and that I think that might surprise some people that it's actually more potent at Monza than here. I actually have talked to the devs a little bit about that, and it's just something to do with the car, as it turns out. It's just a part of the car's design. It's just not as good here. It is still, however, blisteringly fast, perhaps not GTR fast in a straight line, but still very fast indeed. And while we are looking at the screen, we can look at Jake Boswell, who has teamed up with Bruno Cadile. And the thing with him is they ran the outright fastest second sector, but Williams teamed up with Nürburgring. They were fastest in sectors 1 and 3. And the difference, of course, being the way faster sector 2 for Boswell, getting them the pole position because they were quite a bit slower in sector 1. Does that surprise anybody? How
That
slow
seems to
Boswell
me
was?
like a very typical Spa thing, which is something I love about the track and does make it interesting. And it comes back to why the Jag isn't as good here as Monza, is that second sector, when it comes to lap time, is all concrete. A lot of the benefit in the race comes from having a setup that works around low aero and getting those nice fast runs through La Source and Eau Rouge and Radian. But on just a pure lap time, Sector 2 has such an influence that you do get to see people going with different setup strategies. And I would assume that a lot of it comes from how they've set up their car to be. One of them giving them more speed and the other one giving the laps.
Oh, it's pouring down. The rain has come. We promised weather, and the pitter-patter of raindrops slapping against the comms box window. You guys are talking very technical about the Jag. I'm just sitting here a little bit sad that we don't have Mike Jones to say the name Jaguar in the pronunciation.
I mean, I can say it too. I just refuse to pronounce it.
I was going to say, do you only go with Jag now so that I don't rip off Jaguar?
No, I say Jaguar because that's how
Jaguar.
it's pronounced. But yeah, it's Jaguar. So I pronounce it like that, but I can say Jaguar if that makes you. That just
Jaguar.
Jaguar.
There we go. The Americanisms.
Well, folks, when it rains, it pours. We talked about the 2-1-2 getting by old Joe Gleason giving them a penalty to start this race, and Mikhail Sundstrom has donated $20 and has split it. He doesn't want to protect his own team. He wants to give car number 3 and car 711 both a 10% restrictor. Well, you got it, Mikhail Sundstrom. And Joe Gleason's back. He wants to give the 778 a penalty as well. $10 donated. His comment, 778 should have been in the Rex. Oh, no.
Lovely. Would have loved to see a Gallardo in here, so I'm fully with that penalty.
Well, now I'm working it out. You two, okay, Gareth, George, you are going to have to call the start of this race because I'm going to have to type up a storm to make sure that this is fair.
No worries, we got you, buddy.
We got you covered. You do your powers and you apply all the penalties out that our wonderful viewers and chat have decided to come and contribute, all in the name of a good cause. The charity race is going to be a good one. We got 4 hours on the clock as our drivers prepare themselves for the chaos of what Spa is going to be like to start in the rain. Gareth, do you envy them, or are you glad to be sitting next to us here in the warmth of the commentary box?
I'm not hugely against wet racing as many people are. I'm a big fan of a little bit of slip and sliding, so it looks like they're going to have some fun. I love how it might be a little bit of stress if you're trying to really organize things, because not just is it wet and getting wetter, but it then goes back to light rain for a little bit, and that's just in the 15 minutes that we can see on the weather tracker. So with the weather variation as high up as it is, it's going to be all over the place in this rain, hopefully. And we'll see drivers on the worst type of track to manage, which is that sort of greasy middle ground between wet and dry.
I'm such a fan of the fact that our drivers and our teams have embraced such liveries and colors aboard their cars as well. Some stunningly bright colors coming out as people are familiar with me in the commentary box. I am a big fan of liveries, a big fan of bright and random colors on cars, some very traditional looking cars as well, but there are some standout colors too. So for me, a big thank you to all the teams for putting together their entries in and getting the spotters guide complete. But look at this, the Brat Kartoffeln Sauerkraut Salat 321. That is definitely got some Mike Noble vibes to it, I must say.
It seems like generally throughout the field, all the Nissans embracing the very colourful liveries.
I heard it gives a little bit of extra power, actually, to counter up against Jesse's powerful restrictor applications that he can do.
Oh, by the way, if you folks at home thought we were done, we're not. From the Spatio Temporal crew, They want to restrict Norbury in car 131 and also wants me to tell them, feel free to tell them, I just cleaned the boxes out of his garden as well. I think that might be a friend of theirs that are watching the stream. So hello to you and thank you for your very generous donation. We will absolutely give the 313 a penalty. Gareth, George, off to you for the start.
Beautiful. We've come around the whole formation lap. We're going to get to see Eau Rouge and Radian in the wet. Obviously, not quite starting yet because I believe the only track in ACC with different start and finish lines. Getting our way slowly around the hairpin at La Source.
Yeah, they'd line up, lots of space for the grid to be even fuller in future events. We've seen lots of big 80-car slot grid events, but this time round, the driver's going to have to take to the wet. Unlike Gareth, I fear the rain. I feel like it impacts my driving as well as it could melt my skin if I go out in it. So I'm staying nice and tidy. But our driver's lining up 2 by 2, shaken not stirred, starting up on pole next to Tortoise and Hare Racing. I just love the team names that we get coming here. And green lights are go, Gareth, and away we go for the 4-hour charity race. Everybody needs to be well aware that if they do cause a collision, Jesse Lee is going to be responsible for the penalties. And already we have a car in. We do, Gareth. There is chaos in the background. A lot of drivers getting caught up here. Oh, needing to come to almost a complete halt behind. And for the drivers that got away, that looks quite clean in front. But that was not what we wanted to see at the start. But it was almost what we. What I felt I could have predicted in these kind of conditions.
Yeah, it looks like a Bentley got a little bit too far up behind one of the McLarens and tipped him into a spin.
Oh, it's chaos.
Yeah, absolute getting caught up in this. Terrible, terrible times trying to stay on the road. The front four got away well at first. It looked like the Lamborghini of Conway was having a really nice push up beside the Aston Martins, but now that we are back into the live timing, he's actually fallen down a little bit. It looks like there was some contact there between him and one of the Aston Martins as well.
Well, we have given all the penalties out. The 212, the 3, the 711, the 778, and the 131 all have a 10% limiter on their engine. They can only use 90% of their horsepower, and it was absolute chaos in the start. Everybody away, though, and like you said, very difficult conditions indeed.
Yeah, these timings are actually a little bit delayed as well because they haven't come through the final sector. You're going to see a few of these cars dropping down. Williams and Conway, it looks like, came together in after La Source, so they've both dropped hugely down the order. So that's not what you want when you've already got an engine restrictor on your car.
I mean, 4 hours of racing is the race duration here, so there is time for teams to catch up and make up places. But it was certainly advantageous for the cars up in front of that collision to get away. It has created a couple of big gaps, and of course a lot of the tail markers having to now catch up and chase down. But in the mid-pack, it's still chaos as the drivers chase one another down. The rain's coming down very hard, which of course also means that in those cockpits you've got the spray to deal with of the cars in front. So lots of very difficult driving conditions ahead for these cars in the mid-pack. For the cars up the front that got away nice and clean, I mean, Jake Boswell in that shaken not stirred number 478, they've built themselves up a 1 second gap ahead of that number 97 McLaren, so they'll be smiling to themselves. But Eau Rouge, I feel, has not yet claimed enough victims, and I feel like we will see some more chaos and controversy as these conditions continue.
Well, just underway here in the 4 hours of Spa charity race. The community teamed up with an RCI staff member. The rest of us here at RCI seem to either be away this weekend or in this ComBox doing some sort of work. Nick Setnick behind the cameras with you today. I've got Gareth and George G. Mac Smith. I'm Jesse Lee, and we are all here racing and supporting a very great charity. and we are glad to have you all with us. We're just over 19% of the way to our goal, guys, and the race just went green.
We've still got quite a nice little midfield here. It's not even too spread out at the front, even, honestly. We've got still some battles going. It's just that trail right at the back that's really messed it up. As we're watching Oppenheiser now, he went a little bit wide through there. As McLaren right up behind him. Very difficult to overtake through the second sector, so he's just got to sort of calm down and set himself up for a better opportunity. Ooh. Unless something like that happens, big twitch there from the Nissan, something it's lively to do, and McLaren gets past, losing 3 positions there for that Nissan. It looks like another Nissan using the strength of it, that big power, and of course the colourful livery and the extra horsepower from that to roar past at the end of the third sector before you would even normally expect an overtake. So the McLaren must have had to lift a little bit to get past that first Nissan.
Yeah, I think Fabian
look at
just
the
having
name, George.
the Let's Show Triple R how to Macca. I mean,
Yeah,
I love it. I love it. Jordan Sherritt, Fabian Schmidberger's teammate, so an incredibly quick driver. Fabian, I had a little bit of a chat with them earlier on. Fabian's been putting in a lot of time with Jordan. Jordan giving them a setup that worked for him. And the two of them now going to go side by side. Fabian in an ideal spot coming down the hill towards Eau Rouge, not needing to move over. But are they going to give each other enough space through Eau Rouge and Radio side by side? We thought the contact would come in, and the Nissan venturing slightly across into Fabian's line there is going to come out. Cameron de Bastos' teammate then, the paired up driver alongside in that GTR, comes just ever so slightly through. Fabian was, or maybe Fabian actually came across there. Jesse, at least Gareth and I don't have to do any of the live stewarding, and Jesse has to decide. You know, I think Jesse's going to just call that one a racing incident in my mind.
You couldn't be more right, George. That's a racing incident. It's unfortunate that happened. I get to see it once here. I told the majority of the teams that if you blatantly crash somebody on television, then that would be a penalty. Bart Macha getting all sorts of sideways, and it has already come undone for the 55 who pitted early after the early lap 1 melee. They have gotten a stop-go 30. That was not by me, folks. That was by Kunos. Kunos deciding that they were speeding in pit lane. It's so easy to do, being on and off that limiter. You want to get on it at the exact right time and get off of it at the exact right time. But Spa, folks, is a very long pit lane, and if you are impatient, mistakes like that do definitely happen. And I'm pretty sure that was on pit out. Well, here is Gergo Panker, and he is in the restricted 778. Keep in mind that particular Aston has a 10% limit on the power, and it is all the way up. It is in 9th place right now.
The FFS Racing Destiny team doing good things with that restrictor, showing that, although there is a difficulty being applied, that they'll still put the fight up, and they're trying to close down on that number 2 Bentley in front of them as they come down into the bus stop. Still pretty wet on track, even though the rain has started to ease itself up. And our weatherman, who actually has the easiest job in the world. We all know that the weathermen can be wrong, and it doesn't matter. They can predict rain, and it doesn't rain, and they don't get fired. But has said to us that we've got some clearing conditions coming on. So I'm sure that we'll see some pit stops for tire changes, etc. coming up. There's going to be a lot of strategy for these teams to play out. And of course, it's all in the name of charity and all in the spirit of raising funds here today. So if you do want to get involved and hit those donations in, you can pick a car that you want to, I want to say bully, but it's not. Ooh, a little bit loose in the background then.
Pretty wide going up through Radian there. That is not something that's going to end nicely.
Brave. And again, I feel like the Nissans are just being punished by Radior here today. It's just does it keep it out of the wall though? Nope, no. Doesn't. It just snaps back, and that rear Wang gang is going to be a little bit sad that it got bumped up against the wall. Maybe a bit of damage as well. So you know, you've got Jesse Lee to add restrictor, and then you've got the walls to damage you as well.
Yeah, I don't know about Daniel Oppenhusen there for the definitely Scottish team, but they've had it there a bit. 2 minutes to go, and the restrictors will be lifted on the 212, the 3, the 711, the 778, and the 131. Now, here is an interesting thing. Beth Pritchard has donated to put a restrictor on the 131 of Norbury. I don't know what Norbury did, but everybody is chiming in. Now, here's the thing, Beth. I cannot restrict that car simply because the rules state that they have to have 20 minutes cooldown before I can do it again. But Beth, because I appreciate the fact that you are donating to help Partners in Health here, and we thank you very much for doing so, I'm going to put you on a 20-minute clock, and I'm going to restrict it anyway in 20 minutes from now. Well, not from now. In 20 minutes from a minute from now. How about that?
I'm glad that Jesse is responsible for keeping a track on who he's allowed to restrict or not. If I was given that power, people would have no cooldown period, and the restrictors would just be going absolutely ham at this point.
Absolutely. Yeah, if I had that power, he'd be on 20% restrictor right now. It would be stacking up.
I think that's actually a good way to do it. You know, if you've got it and you've already got ballast applied, then you get a little bit of extra restrictor. We might have to twist Jesse's arm later on in the stream to do that when he eventually runs out of being able to track how long people have had their restrictors applied. We might be able to get our way here, Gareth.
People are using all of the track and a little bit more through Radian and Eau Rouge, really trying to make the best of what they can with these awkward situations with the weather. More colourful Nissans as well. This must be a terrifying time right now to be taking these corners. They're not the most calming corners at the best of times, but we can see if the Nissan Grunt now can help Mullerland pull up behind this Bentley. Looking out for the dive, going nice and early, showing his intentions. He's already side by side into the braking zone, and easy work for the Nissan.
Darren Mulholland making that look easy coming down into the braking zone at the end of the Kemmel Straight. So, I mean, they're recovering after being caught up very early on in that lap 1 chaos as the Cameron Diaz team. I like Cameron's twist on the name there, to be honest. I don't like to admit that I like it, but the Cameron Diaz team certainly a good name for their team. But Fabian Schmidberger in the Let's Show Triple R How to Macca, still battling it out with that number 2 Bentley, trying to get a read on, trying to get moves made. Oh, that Bentley almost lost itself into the McLaren, but Fabian has the read, makes the move on the inside coming into the third sector, and they progress themselves back outside of into the top 10, more into a position of 9th, which just feels better than 10th because you have a single digit missing, and it makes you feel like you are progressing your way up to first. Killian Ryan Meenan is now taken over into first place with the Give Me That Suck team, the number 95, taking over the position then from Jake Boswell, as now we've got an AM class car leading the 4 Hours of Spa charity race.
Absolutely. Again, having a strong and a weak driver in each team means that the plates might not always match up to the ability, but unfortunately for him, he has no one else to give him suck anymore, but he will get to lead the race, which is, swings and roundabouts.
Swings and roundabouts. Sometimes you just got to set yourself back, do a little bit of following, let the driver in front set the pace, and give yourself a little bit of a read on what they're doing. Big shout out to our chat as well. Everybody in the chat, you are doing absolutely wonders for us and helping us raise awareness for the charity. Right now, you don't have to donate. If you want to donate, you can. If you do, there's obviously restrictors that can be applied. You can donate to protect a car from getting any restrictor applied as well. You can also, if you're feeling ballsy, donate to give them a drive-through penalty to one of the teams. I mean, that's a massive donation that comes out, but it also will impact that team quite severely with the length of the pit lane here at Spa. I see Byron Walker in the chat, a friend of mine, also asking why the commentators are not driving, asking if we're RCI staff too. Yes, we are, but they only put the talented staff in the cars.
I would have already won this race, so there's no point in me taking part. Other donations have come through. I am going to give, I'm going to honor Beth with that generous $10 donation with the 131 car. In about 17 minutes from now, I'm going to reapply a ballast penalty on them. And Jarko Torvinen, who is a regular here at RCI, has went ahead and did my job for me as sort of race steward. He said that can't boink Gergo, going to have to give them a penalty. So he wrote 788, did Jarko Torvinen, but he means the 778 because that's where Gergo is driving today. So I can't give the 778 another penalty for another 17 minutes either, but I will in 17 minutes from now.
So much controversy to be added into the story from these restrictors coming in. So our viewers doing the work here and Jesse having to do, I would like to say the dirty work of applying it, but I know that he's smiling every time he adds some restrictor onto the allocated cars. Jesse, are you going to deny the fact that you're not enjoying playing that all-powerful leader at this point?
Folks, I want you to picture sleeping on a cloud while smelling the sweetest cakes and chocolates you've ever smelt in your life, while being sung a lullaby by your mother in a hushed home, in a perfectly chilled but still somehow slightly warm room with ocean sounds playing in the background, with rain hitting the window. That's how zen I am right now.
With just a little leaf covering
just a little breeze. Oh yeah. Oh wait. Oh, you're talking about a different thing. Yes. Also that very cherub-like. But no, I'm having a great deal of fun, and there is some math calculations. I have a pen in my hand, but I normally would do that anyway. But I have it all taken care of, and it's fantastic. And you all are being very generous very early in this race. We're very, very humbled for that, and thank you. I want to read you actually what Jarko Torvinen wrote. He wrote 788, which he meant 778. Cannot boink Gerg, comma, so restrictor please. Absolutely. And Beth Pritchard said, restrict car 131, please, in Norbury. Sorry, baby. I had to do it to him. Oh, is Beth Pritchard his wife or girlfriend? Oh, no.
That is betrayal at the highest form. I love it. I love it. You can't write these scripts, can you?
22% to our $1,000 goal, and just a little bit more than 15 minutes into the race. It has been absolutely fantastic so far.
This is looking like it could be a good opportunity for Conway here, who's, as we see, right behind the McLaren. He's actually moving out a little bit there, but he's not going to make the move. He's going to have a run down Eau Rouge and Radi and then try to make it into Le Com. Both of these cars pretty decent on the straight, so reasonably well matched there. It all comes through to how well the Lamborghini can get through the tricky corners of Eau Rouge and Radian and then pull up on behind the McLaren, both of them being judicious with their use of the off-track there, but getting into the slipstream. He's still a reasonable far away. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to make this, unfortunately, but he's been sticking behind that McLaren quite well up until now. So it looks like we could have a move made here in the next few laps.
Well, folks, you asked for it. You're going to get it at 56 minutes or 4 minutes till the hour. The 778 and the 131 are going to get a penalty. And because we're like that, because I'm the one pulling the strings today, and because I know you at home love it too, what do you say we knock it up to a 20% restrictor for all the cars that get a $10 donation on them from now to the end of the race?
Gareth,
20%.
I told you, it wouldn't even take us long before we would twist Jesse's arm into playing that evil side. I think a 20% restrictor sounds more fair, to be honest. I mean, what is 10%? It's not even. I think 20% is a good one. I'm glad. I vote yes.
I was talking to Gergo, and he said that a 10% is detrimental to naturally aspirated cars, but turbo cars, it doesn't really matter. 20% is detrimental to everything except the environment, obviously. So I think it makes perfect sense. Gareth, how do you feel?
I think you've got me with the environmentally friendly aspect. Obviously, you want to be green here, so you can save the planet with your donations as well as helping out people with medical aid. Seems like a triple threat there. Good.
Well, we've had some more donations come in, and folks, it's a big one. The biggest one so far, Laura Conway, who I can only assume is Harry Conway's sister, mother, girlfriend, some relation to Harry Conway, I would assume. Laura Conway donates.
You would be like a wife to have the same surname. You don't just get girlfriends with your same surname, Jesse. Just say.
That is correct. That is correct. I don't know why I said girlfriend. That's correct. Anyway, Laura Conway has donated 31.5 pounds. Those are pounds. Jarko Torvinen donated 10 euros earlier. I know symbols for money. Laura Conway, though, donated 31 pounds and 50 pence. No note or anything on that donation, Laura, but thank you anyway for your incredibly generous
that has to go. I feel like nameless donations have to go to the race leader. I'm sorry.
No, we can't do that. We can't do that.
You can do that. Right now, give me that suck sitting in first. I don't
think we could do that.
I think you could, even if it was for not half the full duration. I vote that nameless donations have to go to the race leader. I think the chat will agree with us. What if the chat agrees? Jesse, would you be open to letting the chat vote for this?
No, because I have to go to my car tonight, and I don't want to get beat up by about half a dozen angry drivers.
You've got Gareth for bodyguard protection. I don't know what you're even worried about.
Gareth, how many stone are you?
I have no idea. Probably more than I was before lockdown. I'll give you that one.
Well, I don't think we can do. You know what? If you can get George, I give you a task. George, I give you a task. If you can go and get Mike Jones to okay that, he needs an RCI stamp of approval. But if you can get Mike Jones to agree to that, I have no problem doing that, because then they can be mad at Mike Jones.
Okay, I'm going down to find Mike Jones. I'm going to go to his
pit
box,
God, he's really doing it. He's getting
find his team radio, and I'm going to see if I can get this done.
Oh my God, folks, he is George Smith legitimately just put his headset off and walked out of the box, Gareth. That's impressive. He really wants this. Oh dear. Well, the race does continue, and in another 10 minutes or so, both the 778 and the 131 will be getting a 20% engine restriction for 10 minutes. As for right now, nobody with a restrictor, and that bombshell 31 pound 50 pence donation has set us over 25% of our goal.
I'm back. And guess what, Jesse? Mike says that he thinks my idea to give unnamed donations to the lead car, he thinks it's great.
I don't believe you. Am I going to have to go and talk to Mike Jones?
He said we could do that. He said we could use a random generator. He said we could do what we wanted. But bearing in mind that there's a fight up in for pole winning car at the moment, or in lead position, we've obviously got a scrap out there. So he said we could do it. So I'm just
what do you
putting
want
it
to
out
do?
there.
Do you want to do a random number generator, or do you actually just want to say here that any unknown named donation, if there's not a restrictor on the overall leader, we do it anyway?
I like the idea of going to the highest person without restrictor. That seems like if we're gonna make it part Mario Kart, we might as well go full Mario Kart.
There we go. I like Gareth more than Jesse.
Well, I can tell you something that has just come through that's going to make this a bit more difficult. Guido has donated 10 euros and says, restricted to car 95, please. And that is the leader.
Okay, well, I mean, if this is how we're going to do it, we're going to say that the highest car without restrictor means that then the 95 and the number 10 cars are going to get a restrictor for 10 minutes, because we still have to allocate Laura Conway's £31.50 donation regardless, JC.
Okay, so we are going to give, what is that, car 12? Car 10. So
10.
we're going to give Josh Leishan car 10 a restrictor here as well.
Yeah,
because
so
of
the
Laura
95
Conway.
and the 10, correct. And they both can start at the same time now.
And while you're doing that, the 68 here, all over the back of the Aston Martin. He's been there for a while now, hasn't managed to make it, but clearly has the pace on this Aston. And obviously now is the chance of chances.
Well,
right
folks,
behind the nose going down the hill.
it's actually looking very good for Fabian Schmidberger, trying to make up the 8th place position as they go through up into Radion. And that V12 just absolutely goes. Well, I can tell you, Josh Leishan and Killian Ryan both have a 20% engine restrictor, and the 131, who will be getting a restrictor in less than 10 minutes now, is making that pass. That 20% restrictor on Josh Leishan has done the trick. Mike Williams for Tortoise and Hare Racing has gotten the position back, but don't laugh, Mike Williams, because you are going to have a penalty yourself here in 10 minutes, and Josh Leishan will not.
I love it. I love the fact that there was an almost set rule set for how the donations and restrictors would be applied. And as they've rolled in, we figured out better ways to allocate those unnamed donations. So that lead car, the one without restrictor, wherever they sit, is going to be in for a surprise. Because normally when you take over the leading position, you have a big smile on your face, don't you? Now it feels like you've got a target on your back.
Well, chat absolutely agrees with you guys. Talking about giving them the giving the restrictor to whoever the top driver that doesn't have one. They agree with you, and well, I'm happy to give you what you want, guys in the booth, but I'm most happy to give what the folks want at home. Guaranteed, none of these drivers want that. And I'm assuming the 95 is cross with whoever donated to give them that penalty, and the 10 is probably pretty cross Josh Leishan's. I have to commentate with that guy, I've just now realized.
You do. And now you have to explain why you gave him a ballast in the charity race.
Because George Smith and Gareth come in here and they sweet talked me into doing it, and also it was Mike Jones' fault. But besides that point, here's Wolf Matushka in the Pink Performance 25. But for those of you that are fans of Wolf Matushka, you may have to rub your eyes a little bit here. That is a BMW. That is not his normal Audi. That is a BMW. Very interesting choice here. I wonder if that had something to do with the weather, the track, or just because it's a charity race, maybe try something a bit different.
I can't remember which way around it is, but I remember the BMW on either Spa or Paul Ricard has a really bad BOP. But if it is on this track, he's definitely not worrying him much, because he started right at the back in this car after the incidents early on. He was fully down the end of the field, and he's been doing a decent job pulling it up there, pushing on this number 2 Bentley now, who has been slowly falling down the field after a really nice start, avoiding all that chaos. So trying to be yet another man to make that move.
Yes, indeed. Well, George Smith, who was here with us for the start of the race, he was sort of the surprise commentator of the day. We worked that out right before we went live today. Always welcome in the boxes, George Smith, but you're going to be taking a little bit of a break now, I hear.
Yes, indeed. I'll try to be back here in, 30 minutes to maybe an hour. I need to finish up some stuff down in the pit lane. I promised some interviews with people, and I will be back after I've done my actual tasks. I always try and get out of the manual labor, but this time it's caught up to me. But Gareth, Jesse, I will see you guys in a little bit.
Always a pleasure, George. George will be back with us after a while, but there is still racing here to go. Just 30 minutes into the race, 25%, actually more than that, to our $1,000 goal. We're here. This is the RCI community and staff 4 hours of spa charity event. And as you can see, the rain has subsided and the sun is starting to peek out a little bit, and the track is drying all the way back down to damp. A very strong headwind, mind you, down the back straight here, and a couple of teams about to get more penalties. You may ask yourself, what charity are we racing for? RCI is raising money for Partners in Health. Partners in Health is a global health organization that is dedicated to bringing healthcare equality to poor and impoverished peoples all around the world. PIH works with its world-leading medical and academic partners to ensure that those who would otherwise go without access to healthcare can have a preferential option for medical care, just like you and I have. RCI and PIH stand for social justice and equality, and we invite you to stand with us. RCI would like to thank all of you for supporting us, this cause, this stream, and PIH, and thank you for all of your support. It is indeed a great cause. And no matter if you can donate, if you can't donate, get the name out there, tweet about it, get your friends in here, get your family in, and tell them to watch the stream. Any little bit helps. And a $10 donation will get a 20% engine restrictor on the team of your choice. After that happens, then there is a 20-minute stopping period or cooldown period, I should say, where they cannot be given a restrictor, and then a restrictor can be given again. A massive $100, euro, pound, whatever, a 100 denomination donation gives a team of your choice a drive-through penalty. That is how it works. Thank you to all of you for your massive support so far. Partners in Health for everything they do. And we hope that you're enjoying the race so far. I am, and I'm going to shut up and hand it over to Gareth because I have some penalties to give.
Beautiful. And while he's doing that, we've just seen Matcha taking John Boswell, who is in the Aston Martin in the middle of this little fight here, and he's now under pressure from Conway in the Lamborghini. These three are going to be coming up for the big double slipstreams down the main straight. The Aston, actually, he was falling back into the Lamborghini a little bit, but he's pulling back up onto the McLaren. These guys seesawing a little bit, but a nice run there through for the Aston. Might actually change this. I was expecting to be commentating a Lamborghini going for the overtake here, but the Aston Martin right on the back of the McLaren. All these cars pretty slippery, and as Jesse was talking about with the headwind, that's going to be a big bonus to these guys here. Some of the chunkier, more powerful cars aren't going to be enjoying that as much going down the straight. Not quite enough really for a move to be made here. The McLaren staying slightly defensive, but not really needed. Further back, we have Matsuka, who really enjoying seeing a BMW. Not a common car to see, so it's good to see. Another bright livery as well. He's right behind the Bentley, and as I was just talking about how all these more slippery cars will be enjoying this wind more, these are two who won't be, the Bentley and the BMW, both cars that can struggle with their top speed due to the chungus that they are.
Fabi in chat asking how the engine restrictor works in ACC. It's actually a command that only the race admin can use to restrict the engine's output. And I think the easiest way to explain this is to tell you how ACC explains it themselves. For instance, if you have a 7% restriction, that means that the engine makes 7% less horsepower at maximum speed. In ACC, you can set anywhere between 0 to 20% engine restriction. So at 20%, the engine makes 20% less horsepower at max speed. So it's noticeable mostly on the Kimmel Straight and the back straight, the long sections of the track, which is perfect because that's exactly what you saw earlier with the 131 overtaking the 10. It happened on a straightaway, not in a corner. So that's how it works. And just as easily as you put it on, you can take it off by setting it back to 0.
Now we're back to this little trip that we were watching earlier, and even closer than before. Conway actually going to get side by side going into a source. Not going to be able to go around the outside there, but hopefully he can put the Aston Martin off his line there and get a bit of a run. Doesn't really work because you can go tight into there, but they are a little bit closer than they were last time going down the straight. Hit them for a Rouge and Radiant well, taking a lot of the curves they're all willing to do. Interested in when we'll see start seeing some drive-throughs coming out for track extensions, which seems to always happen at Spa, I believe. No move going to be made here once again, unfortunately.
Well, restrictors coming off for the 95 and the 10. They went on for the 778 and the 131 just a minute ago. Their 20-minute cooldown was over at about 3 minutes till the top of the hour. And those restrictors in place, 20% limit on the engine horsepower of the 778 and the 131. And now, unrestricted again, are the 95 and the 10. So 2 come off, 2 go on.
And this is going to make it very interesting. We saw the 10 get overtaken by the 131 when his restrictor was put on. And since then, the 131 has managed to gap him a little bit with both of them having their restrictors on. So seems to have a bit more pace. But this gives a small chance for the number 10 to catch up. Every straight now on, he's going to be pulling a little bit back of that gap. And if he manages to make the time up, most importantly, before the restrictor comes off, the pass should be easy.
Jake Boswell in the 478. I don't think he'll get a penalty or restrictor today. Everybody loves Jake Boswell, so it'd be very difficult to do that. He's actually chased down Bart Macha here. Very interesting battle between these two. Jake Boswell running under the name Baza for this particular race. I asked him earlier, this is probably the longest race since he's returned to sim racing. He hadn't raced in several months in a serious capacity and came back recently. Bart Macha is going to go ahead and take this opportunity to duck down the pit lane, probably put some dry tires on the car, Gareth, I would assume. But I was talking to Boswell. This is going to be the longest race, several hours that he had done. Did he feel like he was ready for it? He said, yes, I am. I just hope that we don't have any issues. Well, it's been going well for them up into the top 5 as Macha comes in for that first stop.
Yeah, he could be going on for dry tires. That's going to be a little bit dangerous for a couple laps. He's going to be slip and sliding as he gets out. But it has just gone down to greasy, so seems like he might have picked the right time as long as he can get up to speed on this less than ideal track so far. He won't have the problem. A lot of our other guys who haven't pit, their tires are going to be absolutely burning. And that could cause them some issues of their own. Always love these mixed weather grids. We have sunny weather for quite a while now, which will hopefully allow the track to start drying out. And then hopefully we can see a bit more rain later to spice it up once again.
That's the spirit. Well, the 131, 10 seconds adrift of Killian Ryan Meenan, but now has a 20% engine limiter on their car for the 131. I don't know who hates Norbury, but Mike Williams has absolutely bared the brunt of this so far. And he's going to be wondering what his teammate did to all these people to begin with, because none of them have mentioned Mike Williams for Tortoise and Hare. They've all mentioned his teammates. So it's very funny indeed. But besides all of that, they are doing very well up into the second place position. Do bear in mind, folks at home, usually I know if you watch these races, we saw Lamborghini sitting up against the wall right there. Do bear in mind that normally the red placard denotes an AM team, and it does here today as well, but a Pro-Am team. Silver is actually the lowest rank here today as far as overall pace, but that actually doesn't mean a whole lot this weekend, considering a lot of the teams that have that silver placard have an esports pro or an alien level driver. It's more about who they're paired up with that got them that rating. It's the aggregate of the two.
Yeah, absolutely, and that means that we're going to also hopefully get to see some interesting situations where cars that were further down the field, will put their better driver in and will absolutely shoot up the rest of the time past some slower drivers even possibly. It's the beauty of team racing is you can get some of these interesting situations like this happening. Watching the Octane car now, 711, another nice bright Mercedes livery. He's fallen back a little bit from Panka, who he was really close to for quite a while. You can now you can very clearly see that dry line through a lot of the corners is coming out. So possibly he's starting to have issues with his tires heating up.
I mean, it certainly will be. I don't hate Bart Mach's strategy there. He was in fifth. He was getting ran down by Jake Boswell. The track is getting drier. At this point, Greasy, you really think about it. I was told recently, a few weeks ago, that the correct strategy most of the time, contrary to what you would normally expect, is to stay on the wets as long as you can bear it, even if they're overheating.
Yeah.
Because in ACC, the overlap time isn't nearly as quick as you might assume it is. And even though your tires are boiling, you have bad traction, it just takes so long for those dries to come up in speed on a greasy racetrack that it is just not worth it. So torture the wets as long as you can before coming in. And I think that's what you're seeing. But I don't hate Bart's decision there. Come in and get on the dry tire. You got ran down for fifth place. That's a strategy that hopefully you can execute, and we will have to see when the 478 comes in just how well that had been going. And well, for the 131 and the 778, it has been 10 more minutes with a restrictor on their cars, so it will officially come off. Mike Williams in the 131 has lost more than a second and a half in these 10 minutes with that 20% restrictor on, but luckily for him and his team, it's about to come off.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be good news for him now as we watch Van der Net. You can see him on the other side of the track with no one to defend from there. And that goes back to what we were talking about, those wet tires. It does work in ACC that if you have the wet tires on and they're overheating, you can drive offline when there is a dry line to cool them down a little bit. So that's what he was doing there. You're having just been passed by Boswell a little while before. He's trying to keep as close as possible, but without giving his tires too much stick. Definitely going to have to keep an eye on Mattia in the McLaren to see how well he ends up doing, how his lap times are going, and where he comes out when people have pit. Because if he can get up to speed early, then it could be a very nice risk.
Well, I was just about to say something, but it is not true. I was going to say for the very first time since about 36 minutes ago, we've entered a period where nobody has a restrictor, but Ryan Gill has a $10 donation. Says, give restrictor to Mr. Octane with love. And that is from Ryan Gill. So the 7-Eleven team are going to have a restrictor for the second time in this race.
And this is a really interesting situation here as well, because lapping the Jaguar really slowed down the Aston of Williams and put him much closer to the Mercedes that was chasing him, although the Mercedes also slowed down a little bit right there. That was almost a tap how close they got. So now they're right on it, and as long as the Jaguar stays out of way going into this corner, it's not safe to take up that side-by-side. But again, trying to push him offline, it's not a great work into La Source, as you can take a bit of a tight line, but he's still managed to stay right side by side. And is he going to do it before Eau Rouge? It looks like he's actually trying to make the move there, which is ballsy. No, has to slam on the brakes, and I think that was a big mistake. If you try to make the move into Eau Rouge, it can really ruin any chance of you getting by in La Source later on. You've got to be patient there and just stick in behind. Having lost all that momentum from slamming on the brakes to not die there, he's now given himself no chance to get past the Aston, and is even getting unlapped by the Jag, who seems to have just missed his braking points there a little bit.
Well, Billy Octane in the 7-Eleven will have heard that Ryan Gill gave them that restrictor for 10 minutes, and some of the rhetoric I had heard from the Donate to Get Speed Juice team, that's probably going to be the opening shot in a war here today, Gareth. If my pre-race interview was anything to go by, it's not. I tell you what, it is not keeping. I get it. Gergo Panker, that is Ryan Gill's teammate in front of him in the 778. 20% restrictor on the 7-Eleven is not keeping the 7-Eleven from trying to overtake here.
Absolutely, with the limiter coming in its most effectiveness at those high speeds, especially through this section of the track, we're not going to see it make a huge amount of difference all over the place. Both of them take into that wet line there for a little bit.
He's just braking so hard as Billy Octane. A
little
bit of a mistake from Gergo Panker.
Yeah, and this is the worst place to make the mistake because the limiter isn't really affecting him, but you can see there he's just losing a bit of momentum right at the end. Just a tiny bit, still hitting him off, and this could be a great place to try and make a move if he gets that chance. Not gonna look like it, unfortunately, but it's a good point you make, because it does come down as well. It's going to be interesting to see how different drivers manage to handle the restrictor, because you will be able to brake later than you're used to into those important turning points.
I think Gergo Panker's wet tires, I think they're still on wets here. They are absolutely done. And that's what you're seeing. You're seeing a lot of mistakes. And I don't know what Billy Octane's on, but if they are on they're both on wets. I can tell from the sidewalls of the tires. They're both on wets, but Billy Octane has treated his better. And that's what's happening here. The Aston, of course, with the engine limiter, has a major, look at him go away. He's just gone. That Aston's just gone on a straightaway because of that engine limitation. But in the corners, it's obvious Gergo's tires are just dead.
Yeah, and that acceleration zones like that are normally the best point of the Mercedes as well. So he's pulling up to the Aston, but then just having it leave him for dead. Very aggressively tire cooling there. So these guys are not happy with the state of their tires right now.
Folks, that AMG is no slouch in a straight line. How much is 20% reduction in engine power? You're looking at it. They were nose to tail coming into the chicane and down the Kimmel straight. Well, that's about the difference, and it is a lot. I would say, Garrett, that's a successful deployment by Gergo Panker's teammate there. Successful deployment of a restrictor. It's keeping his teammate in front.
Absolutely. Of course, they get that little cooldown period where he's going to have a bit of time to make it up again. But this is the chance for Panker, if he can get on top of the temperature of his tires, to really make a move. There's actually backmarker getting a little bit in the way there. gave him even more of a gap to Octane, who had to hop off of the racetrack for a little bit. So this is working out incredibly well for him if he can just keep it calm now, not make too many mistakes, and pull that extra bit of gap.
People in chat asking, can other drivers donate to go ahead and put a BOP on other drivers? The answer to that question is a resounding absolutely. And you've seen it work to perfection here right about now. And a single one-time donation of $100, which I don't know if we're going to see, but if we do see it, it's the golden snitch. You can basically take a driver out of the race today by donating a one-time donation of $100. If we see that, would you take that as a badge of honor, or would you be absolutely furious with whoever gave that to you?
I think in a situation like this where there's just restrictors going out willy-nilly and all that, you sort of just need to be in the mindset where you are prepared to get a DT if you ever get them. Although unfortunately these guys are racers, so I think they're going to be mad. I think they're going to be like, why would you even do that? That's so outrageous. But I'm very excited to see it.
Well, we've got some other donations coming in here. I'm going to sort through them in a second and get right to you. But, of course, we have the restrictor on the 7-Eleven that will be coming off in a few minutes. But that's still ongoing. And, of course, we have a $10 donate or a 10-pound donation. Restrictor for car 3. Well, Shane, I can do that for you, I'm pretty sure. I can indeed for car 3. What's up, Gareth? You got something?
That is definitely Shane from HTCSS, and that's the first of those donations I knew would be coming in for the big boss man Dan Terry. Already had a penalty thanks to his teammate, unfortunately, who has his own ire sent towards him earlier in the race. But the second one for car number 3 is we're looking earlier at Conway, who was pitting. So he is actually in his stall right now, and this is showing us how Matcha's strategy is going out. Because Matcha looks like he's going to have perfected the undercut, getting onto the dry tyres a little bit earlier into these greasy conditions. Conway has started to roll.
The 478, by the way, of Jake Boswell has just had a massive crash. Absolutely massive off. I don't know if Nick Setnick can pull up the replay of it, but it was incredible. That was a big off.
Well, Boswell was the other driver who Matcha was looking to undercut, so that's going to be good for his strategy. He's already got one of those two drivers. I believe Boswell was the one who was ahead of him at the time.
Looks like we do have it here. What happens to Jake Boswell? Because he was just going along fine. I happened to look up. I was in my other view. Oh, yeah. Yep. Just lost it. You have wet tires on a drying track, and you get up on the corner. There's absolutely no grip and a massive off, a lot of damage. And for Bart Macha, I think that's going to be checkmate for that position.
Yep, Boswell is heading into the pits as we speak while we're watching the end of this replay. So that's going to be a position for Macha, who managed to stay out ahead of Conway and is now looks like going to take another position.
We're 20% restrictor to the engine for car number 3 now in play.
We also have Williams from the lead, who's in the pits. So everyone now deciding it is the time to finally switch over to those dry tires.
So Shane getting his money's worth there. The restrictor officially going into car number 3 now. So McKenna Santos donates $10 US. Car 778, please. Well, you're going to have to wait a few minutes, McKenna. I'm afraid to tell you. I have to wait because they just, about 10 minutes ago, came off of a restrictor. But I promise you, McKenna, because of your fantastically generous donation, in 10 minutes time, I will repenalize the 778 for you. Thank you both, Shane and McKenna Santos, and Ryan Gill as well, for your recent donations to PIH.
We also saw there as we were watching Carnival Free with Dan Terry getting his restrictor that Haleman, who was in third position, spun going into Lacombe. So with a lot of our leaders pitting and a lot of them having incidents around this time as they pit, it's really going to shake up our order once we have all the pit stops done. Anchor about to inherit the lead of the race as we are watching the pitting leader, Ryan Menon. Or he's not going to inherit actually because he's coming into pit as well. So it will be Octane in the Mercedes who's going to inherit the lead, as we just see on the right-hand side of our screen. And that slow crawl through the pit lane for the other cars, looking for their pit box. A couple of these guys who are in first have the pit box right at the end of the pit lane. I'm not sure if that feels better or worse to have to spend the long time going through. So Octane into the lead as we're coming to the end of the hour mark. So the rain didn't actually affect people too bad, I think, because they've basically got to do most of a full length stint.
Oh, I just realized something. Oh, yes. Okay. That's interesting. I was just reading some of the donations. I do apologize. Yes, of course, DT, very prominent figure in sim racing. And apparently DT's wife put the laundry on their keyboard and alt-tabbed them out of the game. Is what happened to DT earlier, so you hate that. I can't say I've ever heard of that in sim racing. I've been in sim racing a very, very long time. I've heard a lot of things. I've even dropped a keyboard off of a table that my wheel was mounted to, and that messed up. But I've never had laundry interfere with that. That's definitely a new one, DT. Sorry to hear about that. But for right now, the number 3 is on a restrictor, and in about another 7 minutes time, the 778 are going to go back onto restrictor. I thought, Garrett, that there was a chance that the 778 could go for a maximum 8 restricted periods today, and they are on pace to do that. They have not missed. They'll be 3 for 3 after this and are absolutely on pace to get that done. We're 31% to our goal, $313.71 to the $1,000 goal. Folks, thank you for your donations. Thank you for being a part. Thank you for watching. And again, to all of our partners, to all of our community members who signed up to be a part of this event, thank you very much as well. You're all very generous with your time, your money, and very thoughtful as well, I might add. For those of you wondering why we're doing this, well, we thought it would be a little bit of fun. We have a community member and a staff member here at RCI paired up together, 3 different categories, Pro, Pro-Am, and True-Am, here today for the 4 Hours of Spa charity event. And we couldn't be happier to have all of you with us. We're here raising money for a very noble cause. PIH, Partners in Health. Partners in Health is a global health organization that is dedicated to bringing healthcare equality to poor and impoverished peoples around the world. PIH works with its world-leading medical and academic partners to ensure that those that would otherwise go without access to healthcare can have a preferential option for medical care, just like you and I have. RCI and PIH stand for social justice and equality, and we invite you to stand with us. RCI would like to thank all of you for supporting us and this great cause. You are all very generous and very awesome. Now, that's all well and good, But when you donate $10 or more, you get, if you want to put a 20% engine limiter on any driver or team, I should say, of your choice. Of course, they can only be penalized for 10 minutes out of 30, so there's a 20-minute cooldown after they're penalized. And any donations, because this is how we've done it so far, any donation to penalize a car, like for instance the 778, that will be given when it's next available. When the cooldown timer, the 20 minutes expire, that's when that donation gets put on the car. $100 donation, a one-time $100 donation, not collective, but one-time $100 donation, can instantly give any team in this field a drive-through penalty. That's basically race over. But I suspect, I don't know if we'll see it, but I suspect if we are going to see it, it's going to be right near the end of the race and be absolutely heartbreaking. Killian Ryan Meenan continues to lead in an absolute treat, 18, 19 seconds out in front of the field. This team here, Killian, give me that suck. They have had a penalty earlier, and it didn't really seem to phase them too much, Gareth.
No, absolutely not. And I'm not sure if that's because he's set his car up really nice for the straights, and so he had that extra to lose, or if he set his car up very nice for Sector 2, and he's just been so rapid through there that he could take the time loss on the straights on the chin and just do incredibly well there. But either way, he's doing a brilliant job out in first in that Aston Martin as we're watching the Bell, the leading Nissan out of a few Nissans we have here, far above the rest, doing really well so far in this team. The Bratcar Offlin sauerkraut salad. I haven't seen sauerkraut. I can now see why they picked that colours for the livery. I feel like they're trying to represent what they are.
Well, Jake Boswell has climbed from his battered car and given relief to his teammate. He's in our chat right now saying, I've thrown it away. I feel bad for my teammate. Tires were overpressured by 6 PSI. I feel like he didn't need to tell us that. I feel like we could see that, but it is nice to have confirmation that that is exactly what the problem was. And overpressured tires, a drying racetrack, a curb. Well, you do the math at home, folks. I don't need to do the math for you on that one. I think you can understand what happens. But car still in the race, I'm pretty sure. I don't know where it is. Oh, there it is. Bruno Cadile, I think, is in the 478. Yep, back down into 10th place. Chin up, Jake, or Jedi Jake, as we call him around here. For those of you that have been with us for a long time, you'll know exactly why we call him that. He has an ability to miss accidents in front of him. Fortunately, was not involved in any of the accidents in front of him today again, but just pushing the tires across the limit a little bit, but still a top 10, Jake. Keep your chin up, get back in it. Who knows? 97 can have a penalty at any time, and it looks like that car is repaired there, Gareth.
Yep, they lost a few positions due to that. They were ahead of Matcha before they had to pit.
There you have it.
Matcha still with Conway right on his back as well, so those two absolutely pacing each other as Matchenko's following McConnell down.
I like the interestingness of this. Again, talking to a lot of the teams, they said that they were going to race for an hour. They weren't going to tire themselves out. They were going to give relief to their co-driver and keep swapping off, both racing about 2 hours, but an hour apart. Well, because of the rain, they had to go from wets to dries, and some of the teams are still in that process right now. But they're refusing to bend from that strategy. Wolf Patushka, of course, still in the Pink Performance BMW in the 25, and most of the other drivers are like that as well. I feel like Jake Boswell would still be in the 478 had there not been an incident either, but he can correct me if I'm wrong, as Ryan Mawson is going to pit from the 4th position in the 101. But these two very much at it. McConnell not really giving it up. And there is Ryan Mawson coming out the pit lane. He came into the pits fourth, folks. He is going to exit outside the top 10. That is a long old pit road.
Absolutely, and it really comes down to different drivers which way they'd want to do it, because some people don't enjoy the longer stints as much, although some people would prefer when they're in the car to just keep that rhythm going and not have the break to get out of that. So we've got the pink and blue here, the two cars racing each other. Big chunky engine cars and a big slide for that BMW. That was close to the wall there. Nice keeping it out of there and keeping reasonably close to the car ahead.
We're gonna look at that again on the what I call the Nick Setnick replay, and he's gonna show us. Oh, look at it! It was a big slide there. I just thought he was trying to make up time. No siree. Pink Performance, a big slide and an excellent catch on the camera, Nick Setnick, and that tells the tale of a car just getting a bit loose, digging, trying to get everything you can, and just very nearly smacked the top of Radion. Doesn't do so, and continues on the pursuit of McConnell. Well, the penalty or the restrictor for the number 3 has come off, but for the 778, it has went back on. It has come back on for the 778. Gergo Panker again for a third time has a restricted engine, 20% restricted engine on that car.
Luckily, he has quite a gap to his next opponent, so he's not in risk of being overtaken anytime soon, but he's going to have to absolutely ace that Sector 2 in order to keep his time there.
Mike Williams is in chat talking about how he lost it on a curve or a turn.
I'm not sure we caught that one ourselves, but he is now, Norbury is in the car for him in 6th position in the 131 Aston Martin. We've got a few close battles going up the field now as well, and Conway, by the way, as we were mentioning earlier, their pit battle, Conway has taken Matcha, so he is now ahead of the McLaren. So this battle been going on for at least half an hour and possibly going to go on for even longer now. Because right behind them, Sherratt and Norbury, very close behind. So all 4 of these guys are trying to make some moves.
I can tell you some other witchcraft that was going on behind the scenes today. Several of the drivers during their driver interviews asked me, hey, if a bunch of us drivers pool our money and make a one-time $100 donation, could we just penalize the leader at the end of the race? And I was like, well, yes, of course you could. And a couple of them started giggling a bit. What do you think that means?
I think that means that I like what these boys are thinking. I could... that is the most blue shell idea I have ever heard, and I am fully towards that.
Why didn't we? Oh, I guess because of licensing reasons, we couldn't call this a particular type of karting game.
I wouldn't risk that with Nintendo.
I was just thinking, I was like, why didn't we call it that? And I realized, well,
yeah, that's why.
Yeah. Oh no! It's gonna be a punt. Kunda Chowglue absolutely punts Cameron DeBastos off the track. Look at this. Now this is going to be a massive moment here. Oh no, he doesn't. He absolutely doesn't. I thought from the angle that we originally had, it looked like Cameron DeBastos absolutely got turned by Kunda Chowglue. My apologies to Kunda Chowglue in the 48. Did not touch them. It was just the angle we got. Just big time loose was DeBastos.
Yeah, that is a snap if I've ever seen one. It was instant, and he just flew off of the track sideways.
Yeah, that original angle straight up looked like the Cartoons inside got into him, but that is not the case. That was not GTR on GTR violence, just a bit of a snap. And I think that kind of tells the tape of the race right now of what a lot of these teams are dealing with. But either way, the definitely Scottish GTR team, Michael Kundachaglu, up into 14th place at the moment.
And while that was happening, Matcha, after a very good pit strategy, put him in a great position, has fallen another position. Sherat managed to get around him at Les Combes while we were watching that Nissan. So not doing as well in the dry as he did the wet. The great strategy change giving him a huge bump. But he's going to possibly be hoping for more rain in the radar at some point to try and do that again and get back past these guys.
Well, folks, I have to tell you, we have got a new donation, and this is going to be a controversial call, but it's my call, and I'm willing to make it. Mike Williams has donated 20 pounds, rather, excuse me. And he has said, car number 95, re-restrictor, please. They are getting too far ahead, and they donated 20 pounds to make sure that's the case. Mike, I might be able to work that out, that's 2 different times that car gets restricted. I'll have to make sure I can do that. And in addition to that, Billy Octane, car number 68 needs a restrictor. €10 donation from Billy Octane. I got you guys.
Car number 68 is the Sherratt-driven McLaren who just got past Matcha, so this could be good for him right now. He's actually right on the back of the Lamborghini right now, diving to the outside, going to make the move into Les Combes. So as soon as he gets his restrictor on, we might see Conway managing to make that move back.
Oh, it's on. Yeah. The restrictors for the 95 and the 68 are both on. And it is coming in hot and heavy right now between these two. The 95 has their restrictor on. Keep in mind, they're 24 seconds in front of Harry Spears and the number 10 AMG. Pay attention to that. But right now, we got you covered here. Pay attention to Sherratt and Conway.
Yeah, once again, we are in that second sector, the sector where the restrictor has its least effect, and Sherratt is doing what he needs to do, pulling out a little bit of a gap to Conway. And then it will be through Branchemont and the last half of the lap that Conway is going to need to make up that extra bit of time to get on the back of him through Les Combes.
Fabian Schmedberger, who is normally incredibly mild-mannered, has come into the chat and has told Billy Octane that he can go somewhere else.
Again, the rivalry's boiling is always good to see.
Oh boy, that is some strong language in chat. Holy moly.
Mawson sliding there a little bit. That was
here we go.
Yep, going on the inside into Bruxelles. A hard one to go stick around the outside of, and the Nissan will be losing that position. Really nice move there from Mawson. Don't normally get to see battles go that far, and good to see it. See how far he can pull away from the Nissan now. Already getting an excellent run through No Name and getting a sizable gap.
By the way, if you're wondering how effective this is in terms of time, well, pay attention to Gergo Panker. Their time is about to expire. In fact, just did on their restrictor for the 778, the last donation. Gergo's about to expire, but they had over a 10-second gap. It's down to 4.8 now, so it absolutely is doing its job. But the 778 is about to come off a restrictor. Watch that gap go back out.
Absolutely, and hopefully we'll see a similar time loss kicking in for the 95 car driven by Ryan Meenan in first position right now. He's got a lot of time banked up to save him. But we're watching this McConnell battle. McConnell had lost it to Matt Schuka at some point and is looking to get it back.
Oh dear, another donation has come in. Mike Williams donated 20 pounds, remember that, to re-restrict to the 95. Vonta Blue, who is a longtime viewer here at RCI, I see him pretty much in every stream that I've ever commentated on. He has donated $12.34 to further punish the 95 some more.
Good.
So here's what I think I'm going to do, Gareth, and see if you agree with this. Mike donated 20 quid. Vonta donated $12. I'll get my money right here in a minute. We'll go ahead and call about $30 worth of stuff. $10 gets you the restrictor. I think I just stack 3 restrictors on them after they cool down for 20 minutes. I just give them another restrictor. And then after 20 more minutes, I give them a 3rd restrictor to cover all of those donations. What do you think?
Absolutely. That seems like only the fair thing to do. Try and peg bag Ryan Meenan here. Make sure everyone's donation has its effects and has its count. And hopefully we can see Spires in the number 10 Mercedes getting some legs on him during that time.
I agree with you. I want everybody to feel like their donation did something. And if we're going to slow down the 95, well, so be it. I've had to invent, thanks to Mike and Vonta, I've had to invent a new symbol on my chart. I put a 3X beside the 95 as if we're playing iRacing, though we're not because we have actual physics here. But if we were, I have a 3X beside 95, and every time I give them a penalty, I will reduce that X, and that will tell me that they're serving multiple life sentences at this point, is Killian Ryan Meenan. Now, the 95 is so quick, I don't know how effective this is going to be, but it's a valiant effort, chat, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. He's still got a lot of time to spare before Spires gets anywhere near him, but every little helping in the situation to try and peg back his runaway success.
Well, the 42 of Lewis Muir and Tom Bryant in the silver class has been given a drive-through penalty, the Lap Us If You Dare team. That is not by me, and that is not because of a ridiculous donation. That is a ACC track limits. They've used up their 3 track limits warnings, and they now have a drive-through penalty for violating track limits a 4th time, and they will have to serve that. We don't have stewards here, but ACC, like you said, Gareth, I think that was you that said that, ACC never sleeps.
The ACC stewards are always there for you, always watching. You can't get a fast one over on them.
Sovereign in chat saying, where do we start the donation pool to get the 95 a drive-through? I like it. I like the where you think. I like where your head's at. I don't know. It is going to take something miraculous. Like I said, I think some of these teams have something up their sleeves, but they're not willing to sort of reveal their strategy here early. We have seen a couple of teams use a $10 donation to get passes. It's incredible how effective it is. Formula One, if you're watching, we are here and we can show you how to make overtaking a thing.
Is this
in Formula One?
A redux to the Formula E fan boost, but the other way around?
It is very much that.
Cadilli here is doing a pretty good job pulling down Panker right now. You can see the speed he's gaining at the end of the straights. Mike Nobel also pulling towards the Mercedes ahead of him. Hopefully these guys don't fight too much, because we need them getting the best lap times to rein in our leader. Porsche now driven by Onorati. He's right on the back of the Bentley of Daly, and these guys had some issues earlier on and fell down the field. So looking to reclaim some positions.
Well. Stewie, or Benjamin Heilman, as he's known to most people. Stewie, a broadcaster here at RCI, is in this race here today, and he's threatening me if I ignore his donation. I'm not going to ignore your donations, Stewie. It just takes it a minute to verify and show up. Stewie has donated BOP for the 25 smiley face. So he donated 15 euros to get a BOP on Pink Performance. That's going to sting. And Josh Leishan, who is a broadcaster, commentator here at RCI, restrictor for the 321, please, tongue out smiley face, donated 10 pounds for that. So thank the both of you, and we are going to get those for you right now.
The 321 was pulling up on the Mercedes ahead of him. Has got pretty close to him, right up his back now, and that's going to be ruined, as Cadhill has gotten ahead of Panker as well. So then Matsusika, how far is McConnell behind him? McConnell has fallen quite a bit back from him, so he's going to need a little bit of time to catch up, but with that restricted, he may be able to make it work. Porsche still fighting to get past Daly in the Bentley. Actually, he's got even in front of him, nose to nose, by the time he goes around the corner. Keeps it wide. Can't quite stay side by side going into here, but I really hope we see the Porsche being smart here, being sensible, sticking behind, backing out. You can go side by side as long as you just slot in. He's lost himself a little bit of the slipstream there, which is nice because that stops him from bumping into the back of the Bentley and losing time. Staying right up and close to this car as he runs down the straight. Pulling out really early though, so just giving up on the move there and trying to get in the head of the Bentley ahead of him, because he's not able to do it right now. He might start thinking he needs to put Daly off of his stride in order to make it past.
Well, for the 95 and the 68, the restrictors have just come off. For the 95, we have all agreed that theirs will stack. I've been talking to Ryan Gill, and who's been talking to, his teammate, who is from Kunos, who helped make ACC. He reckons that the restrictor isn't necessarily working as good as Jan Onorati is going to maybe a little touch, a little nudge, a touch and a wiggle for John Daly, and position gain for Jan Onorati as he moves up into the 12th place position. But he reckons that maybe a 70 kilogram BOP for the Astons, the V12 Astons, would do them more favors. Mike Noble now going around the logway and trying to get the pass done.
That's one of those situations where not having that restrictor would have had him. We just can't quite keep that top end speed there.
But like I was saying, Ryan Gill reckons the BOP would be more formidable. We may experiment with that a little bit at the discretion, of course, of the people that made the sim. So we might elect to do that. But for right now, the 25 and the 321 both have a performance restrictor on their cars. But you wouldn't know it by looking for Mike Noble, who just straight up took that place away for just a moment. But perhaps the BOP restrictor coming in just a little bit now. Oh, and of course I mean the V8 Aston, not the V12. It seems to be a turbo car problem where the restrictor sometimes doesn't quite do enough to choke the engine back. But yes, so we'll work that out. We'll let you know what we change about it. But either way, let's see. The 95 is going to go back on a BOP at 5 minutes past the hour. So that'll be fun for literally everybody but them.
Yep, and Spire's behind, who's trying to pull his way up there, still getting harassed a little bit by the Nissan on his tail. Hopefully the restrictor on it can just keep it out of there just enough to stop him doing that overtake. As someone who regularly drives the Nissan, it's happy hunting grounds. That car, without the restrictor, can normally just absolutely slide past the car into Lake Com. So slightly frustrated here. Nobel must be not being able to get past.
Well, Noble will have seen on the right of his screen. All these drivers, by the way, know when they're getting restricted. And all these drivers will have seen on the screen that they are restricted. And I assume how much they are restricted. And the big GTR, it has a lot of speed. But, well, whenever you restrict it, perhaps maybe not quite so much. Still good in the corners, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Through Sector 2, the restrictor will be doing very little to harm them, and a little bit of back marker issue there that gets out of the way nice and quickly. And he's actually going to go for the move. GTR on the outside coming towards Blanchimont, getting in the way of the Mercedes, and that's going to be it. He has already got past, and this could be good. This could mean that the GTR is now going to be following the Aston, chipping off bits of his time to try and catch up. But with the restrictor on there, it could also mean that if this Mercedes plays his cards right through this last corner, or first corner, depending on whether you start or finish line, he could manage to take the position back here if he gets a nicer run through a Rouge and Radio.
He could indeed. The Kimmel Straight is the great equalizer, and I certainly feel like they have a shot staying very close indeed, close enough to strike at least. That is sort of the name of the game. Harry Spears is trying to keep his AMG close enough that maybe at the end of the straight he can have a run at him. We'll have to see. Kimmel Straight time.
Seems like the Nissan's just got enough grunt in the mid-range that he can pull out the lead before the restrictor. You can see going into that corner, the Mercedes was building up the time, but just for the rest of the beginning part of the straight, the Nissan was doing too well for it to matter too much.
Fabian Schmedberger in chat asked, how many donations do you think it was just because they wanted to make the competition slower? I would say 80% at least. Yeah, about 80%. The other 20% are from people who are family members who just want to help a great cause. And we thank you either way, even if you're not here to mess with the competition. But either way, we definitely appreciate it.
Almost crossing 40% already, which is great to see. Daly's been falling a little bit back from his Porsche rival ahead of him, but is still the leading Bentley so far. In that very nice bright yellow and black color scheme.
Of course, if you are able to donate and wish to donate, you can using the link provided in chat, justgiving.com. Go to the RCI page and make a donation. We will read the donations out aloud. If you don't have to restrict a driver here. You can just donate for the sake of it. Feel free to leave a message. We'll read it out. And we thank you for being with us here today on RCI TV. I'm Jesse Lee. Got Gareth in the box with me, and the very lovable Nick Setnick behind the cameras, bringing you all of the shots of today's action and doing an absolutely fantastic job of such as well. And we are here for a charity event at Spa-Francorchamps, the 4-hour race. This is not part of any championship. The premise is there's a community member paired up with an RCI staff member, and in turn, we all race together. And for Gareth and me, and of course, Nick Setnick, we are in the box with you for the 4-hour donation. And I'm going to have to feed Nick Setnick at some point, because he's going to be with me again tonight for Night Owl. Following this, we'll have a 2-hour break, and then Night Owl is on deck with me, Ryan Mawson, who's in the race today, by the way, and Nick Setnick. So don't know what Nick Setnick would like to eat, but I'm going to have to make him something. He's going to be very hungry. But why are we here? We're here for Partners in Health, and that is the charity that we are supporting. Partners in Health is a global health organization that is dedicated to bringing healthcare equality to poor and impoverished peoples around the world. PIH works with its world-leading medical and academic partners to ensure that those who would otherwise go without access to healthcare can have a preferential option for medical care, just like you and I do. RCI and PIH stand for social justice and equality, and we invite you to stand with us. RCI would like to thank all of you for your support and all of your donations made to this great cause, and we're very humbled that you would do so. Of course, we're about 40% to our goal, which makes sense because we're about 40% to the race, and trying to raise $1,000 for Partners in Health. All the donation money goes to the charity here. It's a great cause, and I gotta say, you have done a fantastic job. And if you can't donate, if you don't wish to donate, very simple thing you can do to help out as well. Share it with a family member. Tell your grandma, wake her up first. Don't just spring it on her. Say, here, grandma, hand her the tablet. Say, watch this. Views help us as well, because the more visible we are, the more prospective people we have helping raise awareness. And that's really cool as well. 2.5 hours left in the race. And oh dear, I have to lift the restrictors from the 25 and the 321 now.
We've just seen Cadil take a position back from Norbury, Aston Martin on Aston Martin, and now Honorati is right behind McConnell. He's already made up one position since the incident they had in their last stint, and now he's looking for another. Nice and close here. Going for looking on the outside originally, not going to be able to make it, so now he's going to have to try and stay up nice and tight unless the Mercedes goes wide, which it does. Porsche back into the lead. Mercedes giving up the position there, trying a little bit too hard to be late on the brakes, and now he is right in front of the Bentley, who could be having to go on him as well, as the Porsche will sprint off into the lead.
Absolutely brilliant stuff there. Jan Honorati trending in the right direction at the right time, as we were all a bit curious how the Porsches would go here today. But for FCS Racing and Jan Honorati, well, I think it's obvious they definitely have the right stuff here, at least in the dry.
Absolutely, still no rain on the horizon as far as our weather track is, and the track has gone all the way from wet to optimum during the first hour and a half that we've had here. Hopefully we'll get a switch up again later, as the Bentley seems to be pretty well on pace, at least right now, holding on to the back of this Mercedes.
Jordan Daly is hunting McConnell down, trying to drop him outside the top 12. McConnell here seems to be struggling. Be interesting to know what with. Could be a lot of things. Could be tire pressure, because it was 13 degrees when these tires were fitted to that AMG. And now it is 17C. The wind's pretty much consistent. It is a little quieter, but still 18 kilometer headwind down the back straight here that they're about to go on. And other than that, the temperature is absolutely up there. And Jordan Daly trying to go around the inside. That will become the outside. Bentley versus AMG side by side. So difficult to do this part side by side. Will they make it? Just about. Wide goes Jordan Daly up to the bus stop chicane. It's still called the bus stop chicane, despite the fact that it's ceased to be a bus stop chicane many, many years ago. But either way, I digress. Jordan Daly getting it done. It took him 5 corners, pass made, but McConnell on the lights in the AMG. Now, was that a dissatisfactory flashing of the lights, or was that a, yeah, I saw you coming? I don't know. Your guess?
I'm sure it's one of those racer moments. In the moment, you always feel hard done by, and I think going wide there was sort of almost inevitable with trying to go 2x2 through Blanchimont.
Well, we have rejoined with us a George G. Max Smith. And George, we've made a discovery here. We've been talking, well, we've not been doing that. Ryan Gill has been talking to his Kuno's teammate, and he reckons that for the turbo cars, specifically a few of them, that giving them a kilogram weight ballast, it would be more beneficial or detrimental to them. And somewhere around 30 minutes ago, we had 3 donations come in to keep Killian Ryan-Meenan in the 95 restricted. So we still have 2 of those to go. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to try a kilogram ballast for him on this next one and see how that goes.
Well, it is good to be back with you guys. I've finished up my task down in the pit lane, and they've allowed me back up into the box. So good to be here again. And I'm glad that we've got some devs teaming up here, because, you know, it's that kind of insight that helps us out. Whether it's a little bit biased or not, we don't really need to care. If we get to add more ballast in the terms of a weight penalty to cars, well, I think we're okay trying that out. I mean, that's what this whole event is about. It's for charity. It's for raising funds. And as those donations roll in, we have to best apply our ways to, not punish the drivers, but give them a little bit of a difficulty out on the circuit. The racing so far has been absolutely fantastic to watch. It's been great to see all the teams and drivers taking this as seriously as they would any other event, whilst allowing us hooligans to have fun with, the allocated donations.
Speaking of allocated donations, Space Jesus joins us and donates 25 euros. His message, number 10, nerf please, double smiley face. Well, we got you, Space Jesus. The number 10 has been nerfed. 20% horsepower reduction to the number 10 has been applied. And Space Jesus hates the number 10. Who knew?
I mean, what are we to argue with Space Jesus when...
I'm sure he has a good reason, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, Gareth, exactly. There must be something out in the universe that comes out, and I like the fact that number 10 now gets a bit of a nerf.
By the way, one other thing we sort of decided to do is that for those that donate, 20 euros or, $20, whatever, or more, we're actually stacking them. So we still have the cooldown. For instance, the 95 had $30+ worth of donations to slow them down. So we give them their 10 minutes of performance reduction, and then we let them wait their 20 minutes, and then we can just give it right back to them because it's already been paid for. So we're going to do that with the 10 as well, Space Jesus, if you're out there. You donated 20 euros, so we're going to give them, I'll go ahead and call it at least 2 rounds of being slowed down. Harry Spears in the number 10 now. He will not be wanting to hear that, but that is indeed what is going to happen to the number 10. So I wrote a 2X beside the number 10. Of course, he'll have his 10 minutes of restriction, then 20 minutes cooldown, and then he'll go right back restricted. Brian Murray, who donated before the stream went live, is in chat. He's been talking with Sebastian Bernier, trying to work out who he wants to restrict. He wants to restrict the number 3. Well, Brian Murray, thank you very much for your $10 donation, and absolutely we can restrict the number 3 car. I'm going to do that right now.
The third restriction this race for the team with the car driven by our Lord and Savior DT right now, the leader of ACCSS. So good to see he's getting the love that he deserves sent his way.
Get those allocated donations coming through. Keep them pouring in as well. I mean, if we're looking at our stream goal as well, just blown away by the generosity of everybody in the community at rallying behind and getting behind the cause, donating to Partners in Health. Obviously, during these COVID times, there is plenty of healthcare that needs to go around, and we can all just do our bit to try it out. And if you aren't donating and you're just supporting the stream, leaving us likes, leaving us comments, you're doing all that you need to do as well. That is a non-mandatory donation section. But if you do want to get involved, you do want to have a hand in impacting some of these drivers' ability, then that is the name of the game. A donation out there, and we can allocate that penalty to whichever car you want.
Absolutely. Jake Coombs says DT not happy. Jake Coombs being his teammate. I was talking to them earlier, and DT reckoned that there would be several friends of his that would come to this stream specifically to anger him. And mission accomplished, Murray, and the rest of you that voted for penalties for the 3 car and DT. And Jake Combs in our chat confirming DT not happy, but it is for charity. 95, by the way, with that mega donation earlier, is back under restriction, but not engine restriction this time. It's ballast. We talked to the ACC devs, and they seem to reckon for the turbo cars that a ballast of about 70 kilos would be just about what we're looking for to slow them down. So Killian Ryan Meenan, who's been out there all day so far, is now working with 70 kilos of ballast instead of a 20% reduction. And we will have to see how that actually works for them. And keep in mind, if it does work, folks, the donation was so big, the 95 still has one more paid for restricted period in this race. In about 30 minutes time, they'll have that one. And of course, they're currently restricted now and on the clock. $100, 100 euros, 100 quid. I don't care what it is. 100 something gets them a drive-through penalty, and not 100 pennies, because that's $1. I know how that works, but you know what I mean. 100 before the decimal of anything gets them
you can't,
a drive.
Jesse, you can't just say of anything, you know. What if we get South Africans in here donating 100 rand? Then what?
I do it anyway.
You guys heard it here first. South Africans in the chats, 100 of anything.
I understand how your money works in South Africa. I've been talking to Shawnee a lot recently, and I understand how the money works in South Africa.
Well, clearly not if you're allowing people to donate 100 rand for a drive-through penalty.
No, it's better that way. It's better for the charity, and it's better for me because it's funnier. I am here to amuse the people in chat and myself, and that's amusing to me.
Get your pesos in the chat, boys. We can get some DTs going.
Look at this. Look at this. JC just opening things up there. That lead car could be in a lot of trouble with the way that JC Lee has just allocated things out. But no, it's amazing to see the generosity of drivers as kind of dig. Oh, you know how to say this name better, JC. Can you give me the surname again?
You kind about Kunda Chowglu.
Kunda Chowglu. There we go. Having a nice side-by-side battle then with McConnell, and round the outside they go. Good racing conditions as well out on the track. 18 degrees. We see sort of partly cloudy with a hint of sun coming out. Very different to how we started this race out. But you know, the weatherman did warn us that there could be more rain on the card. Still 2 hours to go in the race. You see in the chat there's some shouts for some rain. So hopefully that will be heard out, because I think that does add a nice little element of surprise to the drivers out here, unless you're Gareth, who just loves the rain.
Yeah, let's get some more rain in there. I'd love to see them have to deal with switching back onto wet tires at some point.
Oh, I agree. I mean, it's always that gamble. You know, how long can you stay out on the dries during those wet conditions? Does it get wet enough that you do need to switch? Do you call it go early and find that the track doesn't quite get wet enough, find them overheating? Oh, what a great camera angle as well from Nick Setnick from the back wing of the 7-Eleven. Donate to get speed juice. And,
ooh, that car is still doing that. Sorry, George, when you were gone earlier, me and Gareth, we were talking about the 48. We assumed it was tires. Clearly, obviously, they've pitted between now and then, but that car is still snappy.
Oh, snappy. And if the rain does come down, then that is going to add a different element. But a great little battle coming out between the Nissan and the Mercedes. They follow each other as if they are queuing up for a good special on a Saturday. And right now, looking to have a move on the inside. The Nissan thinks better of it, wasn't quite in a position to do so. But this defense is going to cost them time and allow the other drivers behind. Ooh, you talked about squiggly, and squiggly it will be. Round the outside goes the Nissan, puts himself onto the inside or the outside. He stays, actually. What a brilliant bit of driving coming out from the number 48, coming into the final sector and getting that move dialed in and executed absolutely perfectly.
That's just GTR being a GTR right there. Let it play. And squirreliness and all, a little sideways. Never heard of GTR, and that several times that 48 has been able to save it, and that is the product there. Place gained, back up to 12th place for Kunda Chowglu. And meanwhile, back further in the field, Jason Clark. Have you read the FAQ racing in the 101? I love it. If you know Mike Jones, if you are part of RCI's community on
big
Discord,
cuts.
you big cut there. We've already seen our first drive-through for that too, by the way, George, for track limits. And our we've only seen the one though. Now I think about it. But if you've ever seen Mike Jones in Discord, his sort of little comment under his Discord name is, "Have you read the FAQ?" And a little ode to Mr. Mike Jones there in the 101 Bentley. And here is Gergo Panker.
I think he's actually got it on a hotkey, to be honest, to any question that comes through. He's got a little allocated button, not on a stream deck or anything. He's probably actually wired up a single physical button that he hits, and it sends that response out. I mean, I'm a member of staff, and I've even been sent the same message.
I was told last week to read the FAQ. Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's like we summoned him here.
Mike Jones has burst down the door. Michael, what can I do for you?
Nothing. I heard you were talking about me.
We were actually just saying what a lovely person you are. That's what.
No, we weren't. No, don't.
About.
He's never gonna believe that. Anyway, we're talking about Jason Clark in the 101. They're racing as the Have You Read the FAQ or the fact racing. team, which I think is an ode to you. Ryan Mawson, of course, teamed up with Jason Clark. That's a nice tribute.
I concur, as everybody knows. So you need to read the FAQ. But oftentimes people don't, so we have to remind them. And of course, Grim, also known as Jason Clark, is here to help out, obviously.
Mike, can I ask you a special favor while you are in here outside of your car stint?
Sure, George.
Can you please say Jaguar for me?
No.
Okay. I mean, I tried.
Jaguar. Jaguar.
I know what you want me to say, so I'll pronounce it how you want me to say it. How's that?
Okay, do it. Just for
Jaguar.
us.
Jaguar.
Jaguar. Yeah. I love it. I love Americans.
Sounds about right. So, how's the race, boys?
Well, it's been a very interesting race. A lot of great passing. The start could have been a bit cleaner, but definitely their restrictor has worked for some teams. They've deployed it very strategically, and in certain cases, they've used it defensively and offensively, and it's worked both ways. We were told by Gergo at some point that maybe for
It wasn't doing anything for the Aston, yeah?
Yeah, and maybe do 70 kilograms, which is what we've done to Killian Raimine in the 95, and I can concur that seems to be working, because that gap was over 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's dropped. It's dropped and it's working. And I mean, 70 kilos is a lot of ballast to be driving around with, weight added to the car. So I'm glad that we were able to...
Ooh, little touch.
Little touch, a little bit of rubbing is racing.
Anyway.
Mike Jones.
Yeah.
Stay with me for a second.
Uh-oh. What am I missing?
You're going to love
Ladies
this.
and gentlemen, Matteo, I'm going to pronounce this incorrectly. Skeptura, Matteo Skeptura has donated $100 drive-through for the 48, please.
Do you want to do the honors, Jesse?
With gusto.
Right ahead of Andre Frankie too.
I can see the smile on his face already as he has to allocate that.
I gotta pull Andre into the box. Andre, you're about to get a present.
I'm about to beat this GTR.
You don't need to.
Oh.
That was a very unconvincing actually.
No, I was just about to dive bomb him. You took the joy out of this.
Oh no. Michael Kunda-Chowglu is
Also
having to
Andre
serve
back to his
a
box.
drive-through penalty. That drive-through penalty funded by Matteo. If you're in chat, take a bow. $100 donation. Drive-through for the 48. You're watching it unfold live.
$100. What a incredibly charitable donation, and for such a good cause, because we get to now watch this drive-through penalty get served, not for track limits, not for being bad at anything, but because $100 donation came in and allocated a drive-through penalty. You can't script the beauty of this charity stream.
I love that we're watching the whole thing as well. This just shows what a perfect track choice this was for the situation.
It's like the world's longest punishment as well. And you know what? If you're whipping out the $100, you get to see that entire drive-through get served. Look at that sad speed as he now approaches the final end of that pit lane, and it does feel like an eternity being served out.
And you can just hear those engines actually roaring on the other side of that wall. He can hear them all having fun the other side. He now only gets to join back, and he's going to be shockingly down the order 15th position.
Big thank you to Matteo Skeptura for that donation, and a big shout out to everybody that has joined in with those donations. As you can see, the stream goal up at the top. Ooh, some action going down, and you gotta love it. Whether it's on track for position or people just trying to have their races between themselves, there's just plenty of action taking place. And I think Jesse's probably looking for some more restrictors to add in. I think maybe a bit of ballast onto those V12s when he can add it on. Those naturally aspirated cars getting that ballast added on. And right now, that number 95 of Killian Ryan Meenan up at the front, ahead of Jordan Sherritt in the 68 and Harry Conway in the 212. But, this race isn't about those positions. It's about the bigger cause. And side by side, down the Kemmel Straight, Wolf Matuszka in that BMW. You're going to have the inside line when they come to the end. And is he going to hold it, brake a little bit later? Yes, he does. Pink Performance doing what Pink Performance does.
Ballsy move there by Matuszka, and really nice drive overall as well, because they were right down the back of the field when they started this race after the incidents on the first laps. So they are really chugging along, as we're getting to the point where we might start to see some of the second round of pit stops. Daly in the pit starting that off, and within 10 or 20 more minutes, I think most of our field will be in the box.
I love this description being typed out by Splits in the YouTube chat at that drive-through penalty length. We talked about how slow it is. His children managed to grow up and have their own kids by the time he left the pit lane. Oh, you guys are great, honestly. Thanks for all the love. You guys are great.
Well, $100 from Mateo for that big drive-through penalty for the 48. Mateo, you absolutely deflated a man. Like, I have never heard a man more ruined in my life. He was so happy. He had this overtake, and you threw $100 down and went, no, you're not having that pass. And now the 48 is, well, he's in the weeds now, back down to 13th place is Kunda Chawlu. And you ruined him, but it was money well spent, money well given to charity. Very charitable. Thank you very much. And just an update: the 95 is off of the ballast. They have no ballast right now. They are under full steam. They will be until 37 minutes into the hour. So in another 17 minutes from now, they will serve their final one of those penalties. And just because I'm a bit of an ass, I'm going to make it 100 kilos because I think it's funny. Also, the 10 at the same time at 37 past the hour will also do their second one that was paid for earlier. And the 3, of course, is now off and has been for some time now, has been off of the ballast restriction. There are no cars in this race currently that are restricted due to donations at this time. So for the very first time in nearly 2 hours, there is not a car that is restricted by a donation right now. But
great news, Jesse Lee. There's a donation that just came in for you.
Of course there are. Let's see this.
You get to pick a random one, too.
George Viller has donated 20 euros.
Jorge Villa?
Is that how you pronounce that?
I would assume Jorge Villa.
Jorge, I can't say that last name. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mike Jones.
Jorge Villa
has donated 20 euros and has not put a name in it. And we can't do the 95 and we can't do the 10. So do we give it to the third place guy?
Well, you had 68 out in first.
What about 68? I mean, Jordan Sherritt currently in the Macca.
Oh, that's
trying
right.
to show the Triple R Macca.
He's in the pit lane though.
He is in the pit though.
Oh,
so that might change out.
Jesse Lee.
Yes. This is great. Look at that donation that's just come in.
Oh no! Oh my God! The gauntlet halfway into this race is being thrown down. Michael Jacobson has donated a fat $100 US. His message: the 95 have to slow down. Smiley face wide open.
Nice.
And there's
So
a
we
one
have
with 4 zeros after that number, I think, Jesse.
So I mean, we have a drive-through penalty to allocate out to our current race leader, and then we've got Jorge's 20 euros to donate out to. We said it would be to the car that doesn't have restriction that is the furthest ahead.
I'd like to do the honors with this, Jesse Lee. Oh, he's coming to the pit now, so we have to get Ted Edwards the drive-through. That means his teammate gets it.
Well, the 68
Ooh.
has, I think you messed that up a little bit, Mike. The 68 has been given, who was second at the time, has been given a penalty by George, who donated. I'm going to write that down because I almost didn't.
Jorge,
Jesse.
It is Jorge. Okay, yeah. I read it again. It is Jorge. It is Jorge. So for Jorge donated the 20 euros, and we had to give it to 68 because he was second at the time. The bad part is he's not now, but he was at the time.
Anyway, once the 95 comes out of the pits, I'd like to do the honors with this one because Ted deserves it.
Did you clear? Oh wait, I think the 123 got a penalty.
The 123 got it for ignoring the stint timer.
Got it. Okay.
I believe that Max's teammate never arrived today. George Boothby never arrived for him to be a partner, so Max is out just kind of blasting around by himself.
So he's gonna just have drive-through city, unfortunately for him. Then.
Yeah.
Well, once again,
Jason,
big.
You go ahead.
No, sorry. Once again, thank you to Michael Jacobson for slapping the 95 with a $100 donation to the PIH, Partners in Health, and also that means a drive-through for the 95. Mike Jones is here with us, and he will be doing the honors. He is going to slap a fat DT on the leader of the race.
So hang on a second. Hey, Ted.
Yo, what's up?
I'm gonna enjoy this.
A lot.
Thanks. Yeah, love you too.
Yep. You can make Michael Jacobson.
Michael
and take that back.
Michael Jacobson, Ted Edwards, Mike, who's joining us now. Michael Jacobson donated $100 to slow the 95 down. Just said you're too fast.
Yeah, you said you guys were just doing too good, and you donated those $100 in what will be a glorious thing for us to view on the stream, to be honest. So sorry, Ted.
Hey, it all goes to charity. That's all that counts.
I'll let you get back to Killian and the boys. Make sure Killian knows that's for him.
Yep, I'll tell him.
He did not sound happy.
he's at the top of a double stint and has got to drive through. And it's getting cloudier.
Dear.
And it's getting cloudier.
Well, folks, the track is optimum. It's 20 degrees C. The wind is ridiculous. 30-kilometer headwind down the back straight. It does help you on the Kimmel straight a little bit, but it is hell in this particular section of the track. And the Give Me That Suck team is going to need a lot more suck because they're about to suck because they're going to get hit with a drive-through with the longest pit lane in ACC. And Michael Jacobson, you did this to that man.
Anyway, I'm going to dip back to my teammates. Make sure to give a big shout out to ACCSS for lending us Gareth.
Yeah,
for the race. Gareth, appreciate you joining the box, and George
Thank
for
you
showing
for
up.
having me.
Jesse and Nick, appreciate you being here to make sure that we get a lot of donations for charity.
What?
That's what you're here for, right, Jesse? You're here to talk it up.
No, that's what George is here for. George is here because he's the
bad.
moneymaker. Yeah,
So Nurse Jesse is not raising for charity then?
No, I am here to do math.
Well, there's a lot of big numbers up on the screen right now. $651.63 raised so far.
Yes, indeed.
And we are about halfway to the goal, halfway into the race, a little over halfway to the goal, obviously 65%. So Big shout out to everybody in the chat. This started out as a bit of just a meme, like, hey guys, let's get together and do a staff race with community. We decided to do it for charity anyway. Partners in Health came off a recommendation to me from one of my friends, and Jesse, I know you know Partners in Health, being in the healthcare field as well, so
I do.
you obviously recognized it. So big shout out to everybody who's donating, much appreciated, and hopefully the rest of the race is as good.
Absolutely. So Mike Jones joining us there briefly, got to give the leader a drive-through penalty, 2 drive-throughs in 15 minutes. That sounds like a car insurance commercial, but it's not.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Like you said, big shout out to you guys in chat making this all possible. Smashing that like button as well. We've hit a 69 like goal. One of my favorite numbers, because of course choosing number 1 would just be a little bit arrogant, wouldn't it?
Yes, indeed. And well, that was incredible. And folks, the 95 with that drive-through penalty as donated for Josh Leishon in second place, who has been in second place most of the race, has got to be grinning ear to ear, but also be fearful of getting a penalty themselves. Somebody could just as easily give Josh Leishon in the 10 a donation penalty. Keep in mind, Leishon's only in front of Vanderneet by about 2.2 seconds. Ted Edwards is going to have to do this penalty, this drive-through, and then Leishon and Vanderneet are going to be racing for what was second, but will become first. Any sort of ballast penalty for them could be very detrimental to either one of those. This race with a couple of donations, folks, by you in chat, you watching at home did this, and I absolutely love you for it.
And I think Sundstrom has come in and added a little bit of a penalty on for car number 3 as well. Jesse, have you allocated that one yet?
So, Mikhail Sundstrom's back. He wants another restrictor for car number 3, exclamation point. I can do that. He donated $20 for car number 3. Sundstrom, I am going to have to wait a little bit because their most recent penalty, they haven't ran out of their cooldown, but you donated $20. So I'm going to give you 2 penalties for the number 3. I will get to that whenever their cooldown is done. So Mikhail Sundstrom back at it again with a restrictor for car 3. They really hate car 3.
I just can't wait for Ted Edwards to go in and serve that drive-through penalty, so we can watch the helicam of shame again on the stream.
Coming up in 4 minutes, Sundstrom is going to get his wish for the number 3, and he's going to get 2 of those, I've decided, because he donated $20. In addition to that, the 10 is going to get repenalized in about 5 minutes. So is the 95. By the way, on top of the drive-through, I'm also going to penalize the 95 again with 70 kilos of ballast.
I was going to say,
because it was already paid for before the drive-through came through. I can't deny this chat something they paid for. I'm not going to do that to you people. So not only is the 95 getting a drive-through, Ted Edwards is also going to have to suffer with ballast here in a few minutes. The 68, who is already now being penalized, who they were the unlucky second-place driver whenever Jorge's €20 donation came in. So the 68 will be getting off their penalty in 2 minutes. That's the update so far. You got the 95 and the 10 serving their last restrictor penalty here in a few minutes. You've got the 3 going back on 1, serving the first of their 2 that they're going to get, and the 68 coming off here in just a moment. Absolute chaos, and everybody here has gone crazy. We are a little over halfway, 67% of the way to our goal, an amazing $671 raised for charity. And the run of shame Ted Edwards is doing down the pit lane, just absolutely agonizing. 2 pit lanes and enough interim period between the 2 to have another pit lane absolutely agonizing. Vonta Blue is back. He wants another penalty for car 68. Vonta Blue says, car 68, to shut Fabian up in chat. Winky face. $10 donation.
Yes.
Thank you, Vonta Blue.
Oh, and the let's show Triple R how to drive that thing, the McLaren, of course, that currently is in the lead since Ted Edwards has had to go and serve that allocated $100 drive-through penalty. Now Jordan Sherritt's in that 68 going to be getting a little bit of restrictor added on for them. So, I mean, this is just beautiful.
Well, the restrictor for the 68 has just come off, and we'll give it a minute or so, or just 1 minute, and the 3 is going to get a restrictor, and then a few minutes after that, the 95 and the 10. Vonta, the 68 will get their restrictor, but since they were already on one, it will be just a little bit, about 20 minutes time. I have it written down, no problem.
I feel like because Jordan is so fast, that he should actually just get it straight away. I just feel that way, to be honest.
Well, Jordan Sherritt is leading the race right now, but unfortunately, there's not anything I can do about that.
That's a lie. You're lying to us.
Well, I can't change the 3 rules that Mike Jones set, in, like, concretely. I can make him
What
up
if we
past
don't?
that.
What if we don't tell him?
He's listening. He's gonna know.
He won't know. He doesn't know. It will be like our little secret. Gareth will keep the secret. I'll
George,
keep the secret.
I feel like
you'll
stop me if I'm close. I feel like you were the kid in high school that told the other kids, no, they'll never find out. And then all of a sudden you're in the principal's office looking at shoes.
It was me. Jan Onorati on the inside there. Nails that tough right-hander under camber as well to get past the likes of Skiptura. So, you know, as a bit of a Porsche fanboy, I'm going to be voting for the Porsches to do good things. And I'm hoping that we can see them up towards or staying within the top 10, maybe get into a top 5. Please, nobody give penalties out to the number 86. We need Porsches to be represented. That's just a non-biased request from myself.
Non-biased, he says.
Obviously, this being a less than a serious event, we have some of the cars you'd normally expect to see a lot of, slightly less represented, like the Porsche. We've also got only one Ferrari in the grid, the number 1 car, who's just had their second pit stop, by the looks of it. Quite a few people further down the order have been going through their pits while we've been talking, so shuffling out the order a little bit more as we have passed halfway through the race. So some people could be going with only one more pit stop if they have just gone in. Still cloudy, no rain yet on the horizon. Hopefully that will change soon.
Can I just tell you something that feels real dirty? I'm sitting here in the admin command waiting for the 37th minute of the hour to click over so I can hit the 95 with a kilogram ballast penalty, and this just feels wrong.
I think that sounds absolutely right, honestly.
And there it is, 70 kilos assigned to car number 95. And I don't think I've ever heard Ted Edwards curse, but if you're real quiet and you listen off towards Belgium, you can hear him say a very, very naughty word.
Do you remember that time when the number 95 Give Me That Suck team was leading the race by over 30 seconds?
Do you know, I do remember that. I remember that. It was that Ted Edwards guy got into the car and ruined it, right? That's what happened.
That's definitely how it will look in the record books.
We will not even blame it on our fan base for coming through. And Billy Octane picking himself up a drive-through penalty for track limits, not even needing $100 to send him into the pit box of shame.
Ouch, George, ouch. Well, folks, the 95 and the 10 are on a restrictor, and so is the number 3. Vonta Blue donated for the 68. You'll have to wait till 6 minutes till the top of the hour. Before we can do that, they are on a cooldown. Currently is the 68, but we will get that in there for you. But currently, the 95, the 10, and the 3 are all on a restrictor or ballast, depending on what car that they are in. They're being slowed down, basically, is what I'm saying. The 68 obviously came off of one, and the number 3 has 2 that they are going to be serving, and one of them right now and one of them in 30 minutes time. Those are the people that are having the restrictors. If you missed it earlier, well, where were you? The 48 and the 95 got drive-through penalties back to back. Now, here's the thing. It's written in the rules that once a driver gets a drive-through penalty via a $100 donation, they cannot receive another drive-through via donation. They can continue to receive ballast and restrictor donations. So for the 48 and the 95, they have used their drive-through. They cannot be driven through again, unless they mess up track limits and get one themselves. And that's a freebie at that point. That's like $100 for free.
I love that Fabian, of course, driving co-pilot to Jordan Sherritt, who's currently in that number 68 up at the front. He's in the chat. And I love his comment here that says, Billy Octane just wants the guys that got a drive-through penalty to not feel lonely.
Ooh, boy.
Banter in the chat, boys.
Edwards here as well, having been put down through that drive-through penalty, is now being pressured by Boswell, who's going to go onto the inside for Blanchimont. So this weight really holding him down, and when he gets those restrictors off, he's going to have to try and come back at Boswell and regain that place before he can start his climb back up the order.
I just want to give a shout out to Joe Gleason, who is helping us sort of behind the scenes here today. He helped me get set up here, and is doing us a fantastic service, keeping us abreast of all the new donations, and he's clipping it and making it very easy to see and easy for me to focus on the many other things I've got going on here. I've got like charts, and I've got the sim open, and I'm putting in commands, and it's a whole thing. So shout out to Joe Gleason. He's a commentator here at RCI. And in addition to that, today, he was supposed to be in this race, but he has had a mechanical issue with his wheel, and that's led him to not be in this event today. And very, very close to the race start, asked if there was any way he could help. And he is doing what I would normally say is the Lord's work. I don't know if that idiom translates, but he's doing us an absolute service here today. So thanks to him. I'm Jesse Lee, by the way. I'm joined by Gareth and George Smith. Nick Setnick is bringing you the fabulous images here as we are over the halfway point and more than halfway to our goal today. Of course, we are here for charity. This is a 4-hour of spa race. One RCI staff member teamed up with a community member in this race. 3 different classes, 3 different races going on at the same time, all in good fun and all raising money for a great charity, Partners in Health. What is Partners in Health? Well, it's a global health organization that is dedicated to bringing healthcare equality to poor and impoverished peoples all around the world. PIH works with its world-leading medical and academic partners to ensure that those who would otherwise go without access to health care can have a preferential option for medical care just like the rest of us. RCI and PIH stand for social justice and equality, and we invite you to stand with us. RCI would like to thank all of you for your support in helping this great cause. And if you can, very much appreciated if you would donate. If you cannot donate, do not fret. You being here, liking, subscribing, telling people about the stream is all very important too, and is doing your part. Thank you all for being a part of this. It's very humbling doing stuff like this, but it's not humbling getting hounded for your place and position on track right now.
And, when you've got the pressure on, the pressure comes up. Josh Leighton under pressure now from Dave van der Neet as the 3-2-1 closes down on that number 10 Mercedes. And we've just seen how powerful these GTRs can be coming into the third sector here at Spa. And the racing has been epic. I mean, every driver, every team, just a great sportsmanship-like conduct in getting allocated their viewer-based donation/restrictors. And it's been an absolutely humbling experience, like you said, Jesse, to just be a part of something that is, just outside of what we normally do here, and to be raising money for a good cause. It really does go a long way. It shows the generosity of the community, and just a massive shout out to everybody for being involved and helping us contribute to something that means a lot.
Well, it keeps flowing because the 68 is the leader. We've had 3 donations, 4 in a row technically, but 3 brand new ones that come in. Harry Spears donates £10. Restrictor for the 68, please. Killian Ryan Meenan dotes. Killian Ryan, I'll try that again. Killian Ryan Meenan donates €10, 70 kilograms for the 68. I'll absolutely do that. That's a specific request. Killian, I like your style. I'm going to grant that.
So not even 20% restrictor,
Nope.
just straight
Nope.
up. I want 70 kgs for the 68, and the 68 still has a timed out penalty that needs to be applied to them.
Yep. Here's the thing. I'm going to explain to you how this is going to work in a minute, everybody.
What
But,
about
Harley-
20% plus 70 kgs? I won't tell mine.
Not going to do that. Harley Chamberlain donated £10. That 313 car could do with a restrictor. Sorry, Mike Williams. Heart.
I love it.
All right, I'm going to sort all that out. I've got some penalties to remove and penalties to give. So talk amongst yourselves.
We have right here the Nissan Van der Knight is driving 321 has lost a position to Leishun, who is now in the number 10 Mercedes. So these guys fighting for second place, which could very well be the lead if you guys keep bullying the 68. Oh, even looking really aggro throughout the middle of the lap there, as we're now looking at Coombs. He is taken over from Dan Terry in the number 3. It's actually racing there with Richard Bradfield, who's another ACC SS staff member. So good to see them having a little bit of a fight there. Dave van der Neet back right on the tail of the Mercedes. Could be going for a dive into the chicane here. He seems close enough to do it from my position, taking a lot of speed through Blanchimont itself. Gonna keep it safe though, just following the Mercedes through. Perhaps look for the moment at Le Con.
Yeah, just timing it up, seeing that maybe a couple of car lengths off of where he needed to be coming into the bus stop, but will get lovely slipstream. Just holds this position as they make their way up towards, or down towards Eau Rouge and Radio. A little bit of a compromised exit coming down, having to slow down quite a lot to avoid contact with the back of the number 10. They're riding on board with that split of the 3-2-1 as we go down through the dip of Eau Rouge and up to the top of Radio. You can just see those cars making that look easy. And I tell you what, under these kind of pressures, when you are in the dirty air, following through that corner is not easily done. And the 3-2-1 using that slipstream now. Will he pull out to have a look? Defensive goes Leishun in the 10. And around the outside, Van der Neet will have to try it, but not going to be able to quite get into position to do so. So the number 10 of Leishun is going to hold off to survive another day, Gareth.
Yeah, and we saw how much he was pulling on at the end and how much defensive driving had to happen there in order to keep that position. And we saw earlier on how much that was not the case when the Nissan had the restrictor.
certainly not going to be the case. And these guys having to adapt to the conditions that we had with the weather at the start of the race, wet, then to dry, then it went a little bit overcast. We thought maybe there would be a downpour later on, but that sun starting to peak itself up once again. Track temperature up to 22 degrees. So they have to deal with the weather variations, and then of course the lovely control that our stream chat has over this, and them allocating out either a ballast in terms of weight or a restrictor in terms of engine performance. And we've kind of bent the rules a little bit in how it was set out at the start of this broadcast, and we've let Jesse Lee go a little bit wild, haven't we, Gareth? And we know that he's loving it.
Absolutely, got to keep our drivers in check, make sure we're getting a nice result here for all of your donations to charity. We've had the devs on the phone giving us better ways to slow down some of these turbo cars, which is very thankful. And we're coming around to the end of the lap where we can start seeing another run by this Nissan as well.
Leishon being very composed and keeping himself in a great position when he sees that attack coming through, just putting himself on the inside apex, forcing Van der Neat to go round the outside where possible. And of course that team name of the 321, just a mouthful in itself. The Brat Kartoffeln Sauerkraut Salute. I mean, I can't do it. Salat. It just plays with all the syllables my mouth doesn't want to pronounce.
Boys, well, it has been an interesting few minutes. We talked about the Killian Ryan Meenan, the Haley Chamberlain, and all those penalties that they want the 68 to have. They have 3 penalties to serve at this point. The Vonta Blue one, the Killian Ryan Meenan, and the Harley Chamberlain penalty, or not the Harley Chamberlain. The Harley Chamberlain is for the 131. They're currently serving that Harley, by the way, for the 131. As is this one, a little bit of shots fired here. Mike Jones down with the 711 boys. $10 donation from Mike Jones. 711 currently has extra, or not extra weight, has 20% less horsepower. And in addition to that, another donation, Mike Williams. Car 2, please. They are getting a bit too close, smiley face. Thank you. £10 donation by Mike Williams. The number 2 as well are currently being slowed down. 20% of their horsepower is gone. But like I was saying, I'm going to make sure I get this right this time. I'm a bit silly sometimes. The 3, the 95, and the 10 are all off of a restrictor right now. They are not being currently restricted. The 3 still has an additional penalty that was donated for that they have to serve. And now the 68, thanks to Vonta Blue, Harry Spears, and Killian Ryan Meenan, they have 3 penalties that they are going to have to serve. Killian wanted kilograms specifically, so I'm going to give it to him. Harry Spears and Vonta Blue didn't necessarily say anything. I think Vonta's donation was simply to get at Fabian, which good call there. But either way, 3 penalties coming up for them, and I think that'll take the 68 right through the end of the race being crippled. So good job, boys, I think, for that one. But to everybody else, the 131, the 711, and the 2 are all being limited on horsepower.
I feel, Gareth, how do you feel about this? A little suggestion out to our viewers. I feel that the number 10 Mercedes needs some kind of restriction to just help the 321 Nissan get that move done, because that defense that Leishon has been putting out has just been a little bit too strong, and a battle for second and third could use a little bit of viewer help.
Yeah, he could definitely do with a helping hand. He just doesn't quite have the speed on the straight when he's coming out of the end. You saw him there getting a really nice run through Blanchemont last time and diving into the bus stop, but he just defensive moves from the Mercedes are working well so far.
Yeah, just putting the car in the right place at the right time. But hopefully our viewers see the same as me in terms of our ability to now bully drivers on the track. And I can be impartial and say that I feel like the number 10 may need a little bit of something to make the 3-2-1's job just that slight bit easier. And it's not because Mike Noble is in that 3-2-1, because he chose the most difficult team name in the world to say as a commentator.
Well, I have been DM'd by the one of the creators of ACC. They have told me to go ahead and apply the ballast in lieu of engine restrictor to the McLaren. So I've just done that. Anonymous donation to give the 97 a penalty. So what it actually says is Anonymous donates 10 euros. Car 97. You got it. And at the urging of Gergo Panker, ACC dev, I have given the 97. I initially gave the 97 horsepower restriction, but after receiving that, I removed it and immediately gave them kilograms of weight. So they're probably pretty mad.
Mad for you, but happy for all of us. And we like to see you enjoying yourself with the power that you have to remotely trigger.
I am drunk.
Drunk with power or just in general?
Take your pick.
I like
William
to think of both.
Ledson Banks has donated 10 pounds. Got to get that 778 out of the way, winky face.
Oh, Ryan Gill at the wheel of that car. He's going to be loving the fact that he now gets to play life on hard mode for a while. I mean, there's pretty big gaps in some of the parts of the field here, Gareth. So, all these donations in terms of restrictor and ballast going to go a long way in changing up the way that this race pans out. An hour and 30 minutes left on the clock until we see that checkered flag. And we're still not sure of what the weather will be after 15 minutes. We just get a little preview window of it.
Yeah, I like that idea for sure. Try and give some people some ballast to bring them together and give us some more fights on track. Would definitely be appreciated. We still have that fight for second going on. We have a few more battles down the field. Skapatra in the BMW still chasing down Norbury.
I mean, this battle for second has just been incredible. It's been like 5 laps of defense from the Spinala Motorsport number 10. And then, of course, the 3-2-1 of the sauerkraut and salad something team has been trying to... I've given up. Jason. Don't laugh at me.
I'm not laughing at you. I love it.
But they've been just keeping the pressure on. And luckily for Joshua Leishon, it hasn't been something that he's lost out on just yet. He's managed to just keep it cool, stay one step ahead of any of those moves being thrown down by the sauerkraut salad team. And they're battling it out still for pride on that podium spot. I mean, if you're in second or third, you're still taking home some honors. And it's always great to see good drivers pushing it to the limits, regardless of where they're sitting.
Yeah, the Nissan clearly being pushed there by Van der Knight, getting a little bit of that traditional GTR kick going through some of the slower corners. And that's going to ruin his attempt on this lap. But back at it for possibly the rest of the race with how this has been going, because they are absolutely glued to each other.
I told you, that number 10 needs some viewer intervention to make the life of the 3-2-1 a little bit easier. I'm just saying, I'm putting it out there. I'm not suggesting. I'm just, okay, I'm suggesting.
Well, folks, the 131 has done their time, and they are no longer performance restricted, and they have been removed, so they are under full steam. The 711, the 2, the 97, the 778, and the 68 are all either restricted through engine horsepower or a copious amount of ballast at the urging of many of you at home and the devs themselves. The 68, of course, Sharat, the leader of the race, has 70 kilograms of added ballast on that McLaren. And that may be that way for quite some time. I might even sneak a cheeky 100 ballast in there, which is the maximum you can give, by the way. I might
You see,
sneak
I told you,
cheeky 100 in there.
we have to keep our eyes on that 68 with Sherritt at the wheel. Should be applying max penalty ballast, just because he's so freaking quick out there. But right now, the Brat Kartoffel Sauerkraut Salat racing team battling it up against Spinala X Side Max for that second and third position. Looking at Matteo Scaptura in that pink performance BMW, also making some good progress, catching up to the likes of Norbury and the Something Clever versus Tortoise and Hare Racing teams going to maybe give us a little bit of a show as well.
Once again, we are back on this straight, back on the bumper cam of the 321 Nissan, and this time he's a lot closer than he was last time. The Mercedes is going to have to stay right over to the other side of the track if he doesn't want this Nissan diving around him. Nissan's going to take it early and go to the inside, getting the nice drag, but this is going to have to be a monumental effort to hold it through La Source, and he cannot. The Mercedes stays in front.
Just doesn't quite have the ability to just get onto those brakes a little bit later, go side by side through La Source, get a good entry out. And Lation survives another attack from the Angry Salad team.
Well, it keeps coming in fast and heavy. Jay Daly has went ahead and said, 131, you better slow down, smiley face. $10 donation. Well, Daly, I'll get that right to you as soon as their cooldown expires in about another 12 or so minutes. Actually, no, it's more than that now that I think about it. It's about another 17 minutes. In 17 minutes, the 131 is going to get slowed down again, smiley face, as Daly would put it. And Mike Williams back at it again with the 10-pound donation. Can't forget my good friend Daz from the Jardier community. Car 21, please. Love you, Daz. Open mouth smiley face. So the 21 is going to get a penalty here.
I love the way that when you read the donations out, you tell us exactly which smiley face they used. Does
I need context is important.
Context is important. $910 raised up on the stream at this point. I mean, 91% towards our goal, 90 people watching. Seems that 90 is a lucky number. And you guys are just amazing. I keep going on about it, but what a lot of fun this has been. All for a great cause. And it's fun seeing the community members paired up with our staff members, or some of our staff members. The rest of us got told we were too slow, and we had to use our mouths to try and say funny team names in the chat box. But you know, it's just great to have everybody participating and making this a great spectacle to watch and participate in. It's been super. Absolutely loved it. So big shout out to you guys. I know I say it a lot, but it means a lot to us as well. Just all the support, the likes, the shares, the subscriptions. If you aren't donating, it doesn't matter. Just being here, it means the world to us.
We've seen that battle for second being broken up as the Nissan, driven by Van der Neet, has given up on getting the move done on track. And is now in the pits as we're watching Boswell, who is behind that Jaguar once again. I believe their team name is something like Lap Me, I Dare You or something. And so Jake Boswell's going to take that challenge.
Jake Boswell's just been having a great drive as well. The what are they? The Shaken Not Stirred racing team, I think, in that Aston Martin. You know, a little James Bond-esque play on words, but certainly just gonna be making that pass on the inside of the right-hander and trying to just do their best to make their way back up the order. I think the aim of the game is to kind of stay outside of the front runners if you want to avoid the donations from the viewers coming against you. But it seems that you don't just have to be there to have donations applied against your team. A lot of teams getting involved as well and trying to get under the skin of their rivals. But in the name of charity, it doesn't go that way. Everyone has just taken it on the chin and enjoyed what this is all about. really good racing, and of course, racing money for the partners in health.
Indeed. Giovinazzo donates 10 euros. Ciao. Hello to all RCI from Antonio Giovinazzo and Domenico Giovinazzo. Thanks. 10 pound or 10 euro donation, or excuse me, that is 10 pounds. Excuse me, 10 pound donation from Giovinazzo. Doesn't want to put any ballast on anybody, but wanted to say hello, and hello to you, Antonio and Domenico. I hope you are very well indeed. Thank you very much for your very kind and not at all infuriating donation. Not infuriating to us, obviously, but to a driver. That's very kind of you. Now, here's the point where we hijack your donation, and I go to Gareth and Georgia go, who are we putting it on?
Why do you want to throw Gareth and I under the front of the bus to make us
Because
decide?
it's funny.
Fair. I mean, I would always put it onto car number 778. Not always,
we
but
can't-
most of the time.
We can't do that considering they're currently penalized already.
Well, then Gareth has to make a suggestion.
I would go with the highest car available. Is that the number 10 inflation, or do they already have one? I believe
Ooh.
they're empty.
Ooh, they do not.
Actually, there we go. This is what we wanted to see. I said the number 10 needed something, and the anonymous donation just happens to have given. The universe giveth what we request.
And he's not being chased down by the Nissan anymore, but there is a Lamborghini driven by Laurent right now who is hunting him down.
We also, I mean, I saw the notification coming through. We're just waiting for confirmation. But Jesse, there's another drive-through allocated penalty that's going to come through and push us closer. Oh, it's actually going to push us over our donation goal so far. So, I mean, Jesse, you take the honors of this.
Ladies and gentlemen, not only have we met our $1,000 donation goal for our very good charity, PIH, Michael Jacobson has donated $100 again. 68, too far ahead. That is a drive-through penalty for the 68.
Michael
Wow.
Jacobson. I mean, Michael Jacobson has donated $200 during this broadcast so far. I mean, if we can't thank you enough, but we really do appreciate what you're doing out here. I know that you're helping regulate the racing as well, but $100 coming out again, $200 from Michael Jacobson in the name of drive-through penalties, but also in the name of raising money for the charity. As Mike Jones has bursted down the... Mike, we weren't speaking bad about you, I promise.
No. I just heard that we hit our goal.
Yes, we did.
$1,035.97. That is.
And let's see how much more we can make it. I mean,
I
goal
was
smashed
gonna say.
and an hour and 19 minutes to go. Just incredibly generous from everybody. And Jordan Sherritt gonna be serving that drive-through penalty, regulating the field with those $100 donations. But wow, Mike, what do you have to say about that?
I mean, I thank you to the community. Realistically, I mean, Michael Jacobson dropping that other 100, that's huge. And by no means I don't think when me and Jesse talked about this briefly before the race, I don't think we actually expected anybody to drop $100 or even $200 on this. And
It was meant to be a joke. Yeah.
It was meant to be a joke. And Jacobson, if I'm not mistaken, he was one of the other ones who dropped 100 earlier. Yeah, he was. So $200 to Michael Jacobson. I mean, that's amazing, dude. And it's all in the name of fun. This is a very fun-filled meme race, obviously. A lot of obviously, we're driving the 650. There's a old Porsche, a couple of the old Bentleys, a bunch of Nissans, a couple Jags. But we decided to throw the charity aspect in there as well, and glad to see the community can bring that home because our streams here at RCI, as Jesse and George and probably even Gareth can attest to. I mean, we take a lot of pride and a lot of happiness in our streams, and so it's glad to see that you guys are here to back us up.
Absolutely. So I couldn't have said it better myself. Michael Jacobson donated a massive 200, but every little bit counts. And we have some other donations that's come in. Katrina donated 10 US dollars. Car 478 is going too fast. Let's slow him down, boys. Well, the 478, I can tell you, Katrina, is absolutely slowed down. I gave them their penalty a minute ago. They have 9 more minutes of that as well. Coming up here in 2 minutes, the 21 is going to be coming off their penalty. And about 15 minutes, or no, excuse me, about 10 minutes from now, the 68, who again has got this drive-through penalty they have to serve, they're going to continue to have ballast after that because of it being donated prior to the drive-through. And the 131 is going to go back on a penalty here soon. Oh dear. But
I just love it.
I know. That all being said, massive thank you to everybody. We have more than an hour of the race left to go, and we have nailed our goal. I'm trying not to cry, but I've done charity stuff before, charity events very similar to this, but I got to say, this community, and I tell the staff here at RCI this all the time, if I didn't like the people that I worked with, if I didn't like the community that I worked with and represented, and I would not be here. You guys and girls at home are the most badass people on the planet. Sim racing is the coolest esport that there is, and it is the most competitive, and it has the most equality. And I absolutely love every single one of you. Thank you for helping us smash our goal. And our charity of choice for this event will be absolutely thrilled and humbled by your contributions. And it's all at the misery of Jordan Surratt right now.
Jordan having to go and serve his penalty out, and the drive-through of shame, as we've quite often referred to it here. Unless it's Billy Octane, who just gives them out for free. He doesn't even try and raise the $100. He just decides he's going to work it out. But Jordan serving that out, and that's going to change up his position.
Yes, indeed. It is a lonely walk of shame. And for the 212, for the 10, they're right back in this one. Josh Leishman looked like they were the ones that were going to be at the forefront of this. Well, the pendulum has swung to Martin Lawrence's side in that Lamborghini, so we'll see. A long way to go here, and the 68, they know that this is not the end for them. They're going to get ballast after this, and it is a long way to the end.
So they're coming out in 4th position, which gives us yet another leader for this race. The 212 Lamborghini, driven by Laurent right now. And how long will that last until the viewers decide to knock this guy off his perch as well?
That is the question we are all asking out here. So Martin Lawrence gets that first position placard next to his name in that 212. The 44404 Lamborghini will take the championship leading position temporarily until our viewers have something to do about it. But what a great stream it has been. And to be honest, that like goal going through, and meaning that we've well, not like goal, but donation goal being reached, means that there's just more to be added to the charity. All the proceeds going through to charity directly means that for us here in the box, we can just smile and see that we have been able to contribute to broadcasting a race that goes to a good cause. And I'm sure that all the drivers feel the same way. They love the support. They love the, even if you are getting a penalty added against you, it means that you're doing too well. I think Fabian Schmidberger used that to describe their number 68 McLaren. And I think that's a good way to look at it.
And somehow with all of these different leaders, the number 10 still in second.
The number 10 still in second place. So Jesse Lee still busy in his calculator mode while he calculates whose penalties need to be removed at what time. and what needs to still be applied coming through based on donations that have been made, I don't envy his job other than the fact that he gets to actually pull the trigger on changing the outcome.
This piece of paper is, I might frame this. This is incredible. This one piece of paper, I know you can't see this at home. This one piece of paper here, I just realized represents over $1,000 and of donations, and that is just absolutely insane. You at home raised over $1,000 in less than 3 hours. Pat yourselves on the back. And again, even if you can't donate, just liking, watching the stream, being here, being a part is important too. And don't be afraid. You congratulate yourselves. You absolutely deserve it. It's been a fantastic 3 hours. At this rate, I think we could take on SpaceX if we really wanted to. But just a reminder why we are in a bit of an interlude here between me having to actually do things. What are we here for? Well, we're here to have fun, for one. We like to have fun here. We like to have some... We race for real here at RCI, but we also like to have fun. And the weekends is typically when we do that. This is what the race is. It's a community member and a staff member teamed up. 3 different classes here. 4-hour race at Spa. About to enter its final hour. And of course, we are racing for charity, a good cause. Partners in Health. Partners in Health is a global health organization that is dedicated to bringing healthcare equality to poor and impoverished peoples around the world. PIH works with its world-leading medical and academic partners to ensure that those who would otherwise go without access to healthcare can have a preferential option for medical care just like the rest of us. RCI and PIH stand for social justice and equality, and we invite you to stand with us. RCI would like to thank all of you for your overwhelmingly awesome support in supporting this great cause with us. Thank you all very much. An hour and 10 minutes to go. Smashed everything, and I'm very scared because I think one of the Ryan Meenans is in my DMs.
I've had a bit of an idea, Jesse. Well, it's not really my idea, but little birdie's whispered in my ear. Do you want to hear it?
Please.
I think that everybody should get a drive-through penalty for hitting our donation goal.
Interesting. We'll have to see about that.
I think it's a great idea, to be honest. I don't know why you don't sound more enthusiastic about it.
Going to have to run that through Mike Jones. That's another Mike Jones question. You're going to have to ask him.
Where is he?
You're going to have to ask him
again. He's coming back. He's here already. It's like he heard us talking about him. Mike, can we drive through penalty everybody for hitting our donation goal?
That's what I was coming to talk to you about. I started Killian messaging about. So here's the thing.
Yes.
Killian messaged me about that, and it is not
take a step
idea,
back,
is
Mike.
it? It's not.
Perfect.
It's not a bad idea. Like
I think it's a great idea. I think between the two of you, you have the admin power to allocate these out.
All right, Jesse, you start from the top. I'll start from the bottom.
Yeah, I'll start from. Well, are we gonna really? I guess we are gonna have to.
You're doing it right now.
Yeah, hang on. I'm gonna ping the drivers.
Ping the drivers. We hit our donation goal. Everybody's getting a drive-through. Extra pit stops for everybody, but you can't stop. It doesn't count if you stop.
This is not a drive-through of shame. This is a drive-through of celebration.
This is a drive-through of victory. This is a drive-through in commemoration to all of you charitable souls out there in chat. That's what we're gonna do.
Billy Octane is legit going to think that he's picked up track limits again. He's so used to those drive-through penalties.
All right,
let's go.
Mike Jones. I'm starting at the top. Let's go.
Let's go.
Yes, this is what we wanted to see, Gareth.
I had to rejoin the server.
Yeah, this is going to be a challenge that is not normally presented to our race drivers, but they're all going to be tested now on how well their pit entry and exit is, because that's going to be the change. There could be changes in these positions in these fights due to this. We have on our screen right now Schulz in the Bentley following down Skapocha in the BMW. This could be a little undercut if he just gets that absolutely right.
I love it. Just look at the drive-throughs just heading up. Yeah.
You can see that Mike Jones is efficiently skilled at giving people
He's quite good. He's
drive-throughs.
copy and pasted the DT command, and he's just putting numbers in. Jesse is trying to personally message his driver to say sorry before doing it.
Get 86. I got 95.
I want to see how Nick handles this situation.
There we go. Drive
There we go.
Drive
Every single driver, unprecedented in RCI competition. Every single driver, 24 cars, more than double that in drivers, have all been given a drive-through penalty for hitting our donation goal. They have 3 laps or they're disqualified.
I love it. I love it. It looks like a turn 1 Monza chaos on the left side of the timing sheet, but we're here at Spa.
And now I want to see how many people we get in the pit lane at the same time. We've already got quite a run through. But how empty will the chat be?
Well, have fun. I'm going to go back and talk to Andre, I guess.
So, Leishun incredibly
He
efficiently.
was so happy. Did you hear that? He was so happy to do
He
that.
was so happy.
It's just like he always wanted to do that. That felt bad. Just so
My
we're
favorite
clear.
my favorite part is how you told me I had to get Mike's permission, and then Mike
And he
came here
already-
to tell us that this is what we are doing.
Do you know what that felt like, folks at home? That felt like owning a Minecraft server and just going around using the kill command on everybody because you can. That felt bad. I didn't like that.
Sounds like a good time. I don't know what you're on about.
Good time for who?
You've just got this. The sound of the pit lane right now is another
God, that's-
one. Just
It's just like you know, whenever sometimes you go in a safety car because there's debris on the straightaway
Yeah.
and they have to go down the pit lane. That's what it looks like.
just gentle buzzing, just throughout the pit lane.
For those of you at home wondering why or what happened, you didn't see this, but they were warned beforehand that was going to happen because everybody had gotten to the donation goal. So they were warned about that, but I'm sure no driver in this field has ever experienced anything quite like this. This is brand new and by far and away the most drive-throughs I've ever seen. I'd run through the list, but since it's every driver, I'm just going to tell you the whole field. Just take your pick. Throw a dart. They have a drive-through.
It's so perfect. It's so perfect. And like Gareth was saying, I love the fact that a little bit of strategy comes out when everybody's got to serve a drive-through penalty. You now got to make sure that you're getting those limiters on in time, off in time. It all comes down to you know how brave you can be in getting off that limiter. You can make up a little bit of time on your other drivers too, by just not botching that up, and also making sure you don't get yourself a stop and go penalty for speeding in the pit lane.
That's a very real problem. Nobody's done it yet so far. Just a recap on some of the more recent dealings. The 778 has cleared their restrictor. The 21 has cleared their restrictor, and the 478 has cleared their restrictor. The 68 has done their drive-through and immediately had to come in and do a drive-through again because we hit the $1,000 goal. You guys are awesome. You don't need me to tell you that, but I will tell you that because it begs repeating. The last few drivers that have not done their drive-through doing them now, such as the 711 of Billy Octane. Those with penalties still outstanding. The 68 still has 2 more ballast penalties. The first of theirs coming up in 3 minutes. They have 2 of them to go, mind you. And in about 5 minutes, the 131 will be serving an additional penalty as donated for earlier. Of course, we have to do the 20-minute cooldown in between penalties. If they get donated again, we just immediately give them another penalty. So the 68 has 2 to go, and in literally 2 minutes they'll start that, and in 4 minutes time the 131. But the 21 and the 478 have cleared their penalties, and as far as I know, I have not forgotten to clear anybody's restrictor so far in this race, which surely means in the last hour I'm going to get sloppy and forget. All right. Well, looks like George G-Mac Smith is going to be leaving us again. Well, George, it's an absolute pleasure to have you with us here in the booth, as it always is. And thanks for being a part. I'm glad you were here.
Thanks, Jesse. Thanks, Gareth. It's been good. I hope to be here just before the end of it, trying to time things on my end so that I can be, like you said, right at the start of the stream. Wasn't going to be here today, but it's been so good to be a part of such a good cause. And I've loved being here with both of you in the box. A big shout out to Nick on the cameras, often not loved enough, are our broadcasters who bring all the camera work and are responsible for keeping us in check. But a big shout out to all of you guys here in the box. And of course, you guys in the chat for making this all possible and keeping us entertained for the last 3 hours.
Here, here. Well, George will hopefully be back with us for the end of the race. And just such a bizarre scene here at Spa in the 4-hour of Spa charity event here at RCI TV. We're glad that you decided to include us in your Saturday afternoon plans. Well, what you got going on tonight? No, I'm not asking you out on a date, but I am asking you to save a date tonight. Night Owl, season whatever we're on, 3 or 4, something like that. I have actually forgotten. Returns, and we are with you. Me and Ryan Mawson and Nick Setnick will be bringing you that. We'll have a couple-hour break here after this race ends, and we welcome you all back to Night Owl. I know a lot of the European drivers are still involved in that despite the late hours, and of course, you know, Saturday night, have a little fun with some Night Owl with some crazy rules. Don't know what the pit requirements are the crazy rules for this season. You don't learn that until right around the race server going live. So we don't even know what their pit requirement will be. It was normal last week, a 1-liter fuel splash and go. This week it could be anything. Could be a tire pit stop. It could mean they have to take 2 pit stops. Could be no pit stop at all. You never know. And that is the beauty of Night Owl. We try weird things, and it always seems to have some of the greatest racing. Speaking of greatest racing, Mike Noble in the 321 car would very much like to get around Ted Edwards. I love this race. Ted versus Mike. Round the outside, Mike Noble down the Kemmel Straight. Doesn't quite get there, but may have the preferred line here and does. Mark the GTR up to 3rd. Ted down to 4th. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Mike Noble in 3rd.
That was a really nice defense there from the Aston Martin, but super ballsy. Mike Noble keeping it in there. Really well done. Going around the outside there, we've seen it attempted a few times, but never successfully. And that was just showing everyone else how to do it. Fantastic work by there, and already a really nice amount of time built up from there, so he can head on to chase the Porsche of Honorati, who is in 2nd position right now, quite far down the road, but you know, and anything can change, as we have seen here.
Well, the 68, who is currently back out front of this race, has been re-given, it almost feels dirty at this point, has been re-given a ballast penalty. 70 extra kilos of ballast for Charat in the 68 McLaren. And the unfortunate part for them, they still have another one of those to serve.
They do have a big lead built up though, so it's gonna take all of the weight to try and bring them down.
So I think what will happen, well, I know what will happen in another minute's time. The 131 will go back under the penalty, as promised. That was donated for immediately after they finished a penalty they had, so that's why it seems like a lot of time has passed, because it has. It's been nearly 30 minutes since that was donated, but that penalty just now about to get served. In fact, I'm going to put it in right now.
Fantastic, as we're looking at Laurent, who was in the lead of the race but a short time ago, but has shuffled down to 4th position now in the 212 Lamborghini. He's the car behind Mike Noble on track.
Yeah, Ted Edwards coming in. Yeah, I was going to say, Ted Edwards has come into pit lane, probably on cue for a pit stop, I would imagine, considering the time. Martin Lawrence goes up into the 4th place position. Norbury, who just got hit. This is actually not bad for for Norbury, by the way, in the 131. He's hit with ballast, but he is going to chew up a minute or more of that ballast time, or not ballast, engine restriction. He's going to chew up a minute or more of that in the pit lane where it doesn't hurt him.
Yeah, that's a really good move. Totally. That is possibly just luck, but we can give him the benefit of doubt and say fast thinking to jump in there and take that time as Jordan Serrat is doing the same thing.
That's right. Well, Surratt has the extra ballast because he's in a McLaren, and Norbury has engine restriction considering I was told that it didn't matter either way, so I just gave him the default engine restriction. And here is Mike Noble, the Brett Coffin Sauerkraut Salad team. Wow, I kind of stumbled my way through that one. But two people currently on penalties, the 68 and the 131. They are restricted either by ballast or engine horsepower. Everybody else has cleared their particular restrictions. And we have demolished our goal for the day to raise $1,000. And Billy Octane in the 7-Eleven has had several restrictions, but is still inside the top 10, letting a lapped car go through. Not for position there at all. Billy Octane having a war, not necessarily on the track, but in the donations. Very funny indeed to see him go back and forth with some of the teams he's racing against. And he will undoubtedly either be listening or have somebody who is listening telling them that the 131, who has just changed driver, Williams back in the 131, that car way far behind, but even so, is under a restricted engine. He will have known that. Mike Noble straight up into the lead now, around Martin Lawrence, around Honorati, who's in pit lane, Surratt, who I think also came down pit lane. Yep. Mike Noble in the 321 in the GTR into the lead, I think for the first time today. But Mike Noble, of course, he's a lead hunter. He knows where the lead is. He knows where to find it. Has it on speed dial. And no stranger to him. Perhaps the only strange thing about this is Noble in a GTR, though I believe I have seen him in a GTR before.
He's got a nice little gap behind him before Laurent as well. So unless he has a pit stop to do, he's looking pretty nice.
Fabian Schmedberger getting into the 68. You notice Schmedberger was a lot quieter after he got that drive-through penalty. He didn't really, he stopped talking in chat. I don't know if he appreciated that as much as we did. Being told it's, by the way, being told that the teammate in the 68 is Surratt, not Surratt. That's probably true, but I'm going to raise you the fact that I was born in the southern United States, and we pronounce it the same way. Yeah, pretty much. I know it's Surratt, but we pronounce it the same way. So I do very much apologize to Surratt, but that is literally just my accent. It's like British people, Gareth. You pronounce call and call the same way.
Call and what?
Like call, C-A-L.
Call, yeah.
And C-O-O-L. Call. Same thing.
Oh.
Because in America we pronounce it cool, but you wouldn't do that. That sounds weird hearing.
That's cool.
Yeah, so cool and call, same thing. That's weird. Weird things about language there, indeed. But one thing's not weird Mike Noble out here getting it done in front of Martin Lawrence by about 10 seconds. 10-second gap to Harry Spears, back in third place now.
A lot of
Tom
people
Roberts in
pitting
the
as
pit
well
lane.
at this point, getting ready for their final stint, their last 50 minutes. So order's going to shuffle around a little bit, but then it will stabilize for a run to the finish. Huge amount of back markers here for Lawrence to get around.
Josh Leishan in chat asking, how's the race been to call? Well, I haven't actually had to do a lot of the calling of the race. I've had Gareth and George Smith with me most of the way, and they did the lion's share of the work as I was doing the math and the timing here in the background. So, Gareth, how's the race been to call for you? I think is the better question.
Yeah, it's been good fun. It's been nice to see perhaps a few more overtakes than we may have seen without the restrictors and the extra weight on. We've seen a few moves down the end of the Camel due to that. And then there's been just a few nice spicy battles generally with some of these guys at the front getting really stuck into it. Nobel really struggling to overtake the number 10 Mercedes for probably 10 laps in a row. And then some nice brave moves being made to pull them off as well. Get to see a lot of different drivers in the lead and different battles happening all over the place due to all these fast drivers getting their drive-throughs. So these donations have definitely helped spice up the race a little bit more. And obviously we started in the rain, which is always good fun to see those changeable conditions. Looks like it's going to be sunny for quite a while, probably the rest of the race at this point. People at home will have to start getting their rain dances on if we want to see a damp finish.
I will say, with how rainy the practices were and the practice running up to qualifying, and especially how rainy it was at the beginning of this race, me and most of the other drivers thought that me and a lot of the drivers thought that it was going to be very, very wet indeed. It was going to flip-flop back and forth, and somewhere in the middle it felt like it was going to do that, and it just sort of never did, and it went fully sunny here. But anything is possible. 68 has been cleared of their ballast, and the 21 has been given a drive-through penalty. That's not something we've done. That is something that he's done by Cameron DeBastos, has went over the track limits one too many times for Kunos, and he's been given that drive-through penalty. So 68 in 20 minutes time, mark your calendars, will get another ballast penalty in about 18 minutes time from now.
He has there's quite a gap between Mr. Schmeidberger and Haleman, who's behind him in the Porsche. But this will slow down his pursuit of Cadil, who's in the Aston Martin ahead of him. So that may end up being a bit spicy later on in the race if he can keep catching up to that. Reasonable times as well, all within 10 seconds at the top of the field right now. So hopefully we can see a few of those come down and get some last-minute battles.
That'd be fantastic indeed. I don't know what it is about RCI races, but they always seem to come down to the end of the race where anything's possible and everything happens. And indeed, I expect nothing less here. Certainly, I don't think the generous viewers and racers and donators here today are done either. We have a period of quiet. We only have one car currently being restricted, and they're ending right now. The 131 is about to come off of restriction, and we will have a moment of peace with nobody being restricted on the racetrack for the very first time in, I think, about an hour and 30 some minutes.
That's till the chat has their say on that, I'm sure. But we may get a moment of respite for all of our drivers.
Now, we do have a penalty incoming, and it's on the 68, and that is in about 15 minutes time. But currently what I'm saying is we have nobody on a penalty. So that's very interesting. The only penalty we have is Cameron DeBastos's drive-through. That's all we have at this point.
Which they're just serving now as we listen to the screech of the V12 from ahead of Laurent here. Lawrence.
I had somebody describe the V12 as a grunt and the Lamborghini as a re.
The Lamborghini just tried to lap the Aston Martin there. It got turned around. Lawrence in the hairpin just got absolutely shifted there. He's been given the position back now. But a little mistake there has thrown him back.
Let's see.
How close is the station region? Yeah, here we go.
Oh dear. Now see, if that wasn't given back, I would have awarded a time penalty for that.
Yeah.
I would have done that. I joked about that all day, but I would have awarded a penalty for that because that was an accident, obviously, and he gave it up. He knew it was an accident, but that's the kind of thing. There's a difference between racing incidents and that. That just seems like he got by you, and you give him a touch, you send him around. You have to give it back. He has done in that situation. Bravo to you. But that will not make Martin Lawrence less aggravated with the situation because he's trying to keep up with Mike Noble. He's trying to run him down if he can. He's trying to win a race here. It is for charity. It is for a good cause. And a lot of teams here, yes, are here to have fun. But if you can, you'd like to win it. You'd like to be able to say that you won a race. It is, after all, an endurance race. It's a very long race. It's a time commitment. A lot of these teams practiced, they studied, they worked on their setups together, and if you have a chance to win, you would like to actually win. Speaking of winning, Mike Noble is winning the Pro Class. Ted Edwards in the 95 is winning Pro-Am, and in the Silver Class here today, Williams in the 131, despite all the penalties that they have been given by, I assume, friends at this point. It sounds weird to say it like that, but I'm assuming they're friends. They are still winning the Silver Class over Daly, and all of those drivers in all three classes are all inside the top 10.
Yeah, as we said, having the mixed match of the fast and slow teammates has mixed us up a little bit, but we've got all our pros at the front, so definitely put into the right split there. After DTs, of course. Heelman here, looking like lapping a GTR, which is a tricky thing to do, especially for a Porsche, because that car has more grunt than you. They'll be given the position there and just get by into Campos.
I don't know if Anta Blue is plotting, but he asked if there was currently a cooldown on the 321, and the answer to that is no. They haven't had a penalty in the better part of 2 hours at this point, Vanta. I don't know what you're plotting over there, but since you're asking, the answer is no. No, they're not. They're eligible for a penalty immediately.
And Lorencroft being spun, lost a few seconds, but has made up a second on Nobel and has started to gain some seconds on the Mercedes behind him as well. So Lorenc is looking to try and make this interesting for the lead in the last sections of this race.
There you go. That's all you need. You just, it's what I've always told anybody I've ever played any sport with. Man, just tell me I have a chance. Lie to me if you have to, Gareth, but tell me I have a chance. Motivate me somehow. Just tell me I can do it. And even if you don't believe it, just tell me I can do it. And then maybe, just maybe, Field of Dreams style. I saw Mighty Ducks. Crazy things can happen. Martin Lawrence, though, and Mike Noble are not uncommon opponents, and they will know each other very well. So I'd love this to come to a head of the two of them. But chat asking questions about, can the 321 get a penalty? That's interesting. That sounds like they're trying to make this gap come down even quicker. Jordan Surratt has donated $10. He wants a drive-through for the 478. Unfortunately, I can't do that, but he says, if not, a 70-kilogram ballast will do.
You gotta,
And,
sometimes you just gotta shoot your shot. Doesn't matter if you have no chance. You just gotta ask for it, If you don't ask, you don't get. And he's not gonna get that drive-through, but there's gonna be a penalty coming up, I expect.
There is indeed. The 478 now has 70 kilos of ballast. Surratt, you ask, I give. That's how it works. Well, actually, it starts, you give to charity and ask, and I oblige is what happens there. You got it, pal. 70 kilos to the 478, and that's going to sting late in the race.
Absolutely. Schmeidberger going to have the chance to pull him down now. Also going to pull him further from contention if any of these front guys do start getting penalties in the closing hours of this race.
Everything now is important. Everything that happened up to this point is important too. But ultimately, now everything you do, if you make a mistake, there's no coming back from it. Bruno Cadile now has extra ballast in that car that's going to slow them down quite a bit. And Fabian Schmedberger now, maybe they have a shot. They have 9.6 seconds to make up. They're hoping to make up some of that here. And, well, get on it, Schmedberger. You got 10 minutes, son. You know, everybody here is calling him Dad now, Gareth. They're calling Fabian Schmedberger Dad.
Daddy Schmedberger, okay.
Daddy Schmedberger. It's weird. I haven't quite gotten to the bottom of that, but interesting. Josh Leishon and Mike Jones deliberating currency in the chat. Very humorous indeed. Yeah, Joshua Leishon asking, do I get a staff discount? 10 quid for 100 kilograms. No, but Mike Jones says 20 for you. I tell you what, Josh, here's what I'm going to do. Because it's crazy and I'm the one doing the thing. Joshua Leishon, if you donate 20 pounds, I will give whoever you want 100 kilos of ballast. I'll do it. And now Jake Boswell in the chat asking, who gave us the slowdown? Bart Macha donates 10 pounds. Says, give the 321 some extra weight. Let's have a fight for the win.
There we go. That's what we like to see. Lawrence still was gaining some time, but has been stuck around 13 to 14 seconds behind since I said that. So it will be nice to see him get a little bit of a boost that can manage to hopefully pull him along to the lead of this race.
So hold on here a second. If Vanta Blue actually, if his donation got through, and that's 20 for the same thing, I might be able to work it out. I actually need to know, Bart Macha, do you want kilograms or do you want an engine restriction? That's up to you. Keep in mind, he's in a GTR, but tell me what you want. Would you prefer the kilograms or the restriction on the engine? Let me know in chat or DMs. Either way is fine.
Oh.
Well, Bart Macho wants kilograms. You got it, Bart. I got your back. You know who else got your back?
Who's got his back?
Dave Vanderneet, drive-through for the 68. Ultimate defensive strategy. Dave Vanderneet, €100 donation to give the 68 a drive-through. Oh, wait, we can't do that.
He's already had one.
I've just realized that we can't do that. Vanderneet, you're going to have to pick another driver.
See, when he said the ultimate defensive maneuver, I assumed that he'd put it on 2-on-2 since that's the car coming up on him. But
Give him that drive-through, Jesse Lee.
all right, the boss has spoken. Give it back.
$100 donation. $100 donation trumps it. Give him that drive-through, Jesse Lee.
I love it. I love it. I have been told executive action. I am going to require the presidential signature and the stamp and the screw it. I'm giving it to him.
Both the keys at the same time. All the nuclear substraps. Poor boy's going to be confused now with all of the on and off. So there we go. Drive through again for car 68.
Oh dear. Well, the 68 given a drive-through for the second time, as willed through your eardrums by Mike Jones. I tried to save you, Fabian. I tried to save you, and it didn't happen.
Who needs rules when you have €100 donations from Vandermeer
Apparently.
to destroy his competition?
All right. So Bart Macho, going back to what I was doing, Bart Macho wants weight for the 321.
Yep, and Lawrence is going to be very thankful for that, and it looks like he needs it because he started falling back from Noble there. So hopefully this weight can do its job and slow down the lead driver.
All right. So 70 kilo, Bart Macho, 70 kilos of ballast to the 321. Hopefully that helps Mark Lawrence in the 212. Fabian Schmedberger with the second drive-through penalty, going against our own rules for the drive-through. Meanwhile, more penalties coming through here. Daz donates £10, says, give restrictor to car 131, please. You got it, Daz.
Oh, 131, getting it once again in 8th position. They're quite far ahead of the car in front of them, so they shouldn't have to worry about that.
So, Daz, that will be coming up. That penalty will be coming up in about 4 minutes' time for you, because they are currently on a cooldown. But that will be coming up very quickly.
Couple little love taps there, trying to get past the Nissan. Back marker here, who's kept the position.
Jordan Sherratt's been all over this joint today and donated another $10. Says drive through. If not, 100 kilogram will do. LOL for the 212. I can't do that, Sherratt, but what I can do is 70. I can give the 212 70 kilograms, and I will do that.
So cancelling out the kilograms on the Nissan in front of them. So this means that Spires is now the driver highest up with the least amount of penalty, who's going to be hopefully making up time in order to try and make something happen near the end of the race. There is Fabian Schmeiberger taking his drive-through. You can actually see there on the left as well, Jill. We actually have a little race on track, which we can hop to after we've watched this whole drive-through, of course.
Well, the bad news for the 68 is in another 1 minute, they're going to get their ballast right back anyway. So 2 drive-throughs taking them out of the contention for the win, but also will be back under 70 kilos of ballast again.
There comes Schmeidberg out of the pits as the Ferrari got incredibly close to the V12 going through La Source, but couldn't make it stick. Oh, really opportunistic move out there, trying to go around the outside of No Name, but puts the V12 off. The V12 driver not getting a good run out of that corner, and the Ferrari will swoop past into Pouhon. Great to see the only representative of the Prancing Horse getting a move on. And he is now on his way to chase down the car of our Jill, who is teammates with, obviously, the ACCSS founder, or owner, not founder, Dan Terry, who was in the car for the first stint.
Okay, so something's just happened, and I'm going to do an executive order here. Jordan Sherratt, by the way, donated $10 right, for 70 kilos of ballast, which is standard for the 212. Tom Bryant donates $10, 212, because Bongo Berry, by the way, didn't let me take him out. So here's what I'm going to do. The 212 already has 70 kilos of ballast. I'm now going to up it to 100.
Beautiful. Beautiful. So this means that Spires better be having his laps on, because he is now under 5 seconds towards Lawrence. And he can try and make this happen with extra penalty being put on the driver ahead of him. He's got just under 5 minutes left to do it.
There it is. Tom Bryant and Jordan Sherratt, 100 kilos of ballast on the 212. And I am going to restart their timer for that as well, because, you know, I make the rules. Jan Honorati donates 20 euros. 478 needs to be stopped. Open face, smiley face. So unfortunately, the 478 has recently, never mind. The 478 has recently been under a penalty, Honorati. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to cheat a little bit. I am going to give him another few minutes off, and then I'm just going to hit him with it again.
Seems fair.
It's not, but I don't care.
Now, Spire's the only driver of the top 4 to not have any sort of restrictor placed on him right now. It's taken another half a second out of Lawrence. Cadell is going to slowly slip towards Heelman, although Heelman quite a way behind, isn't likely to be making any moves quite yet.
Fabian Schmedberger in the in-game chat, which you're not supposed to use, but says, "I want justice," because he was under the impression he could only get one drive-through, and he's still getting hit by penalties. Oh my goodness. Pretty much last. I mean, well, technically Ryan Gill's last in pro, but Fabian Schmedberger is the last of the ones. They're all in the top 6, and oh dear.
So who have we got on track close to each other at the moment? Our Gil is falling behind from the Ferrari, who just passed him. Spears is taken another second off Lawrence, so that is in a few laps going to come to fruition. Here's one right here, who also doesn't have any penalties, is trucking along nicely.
So here's something interesting. Anonymous donates $20. Protection for car 0. They stole our number. So it's 0 and then in parentheses 1. I'm not sure what that means, but I think it is car number 0. Mike Jones said that for $20 you could protect yourself for a little while. So Anonymous donated $20 to protect the They Stole Our Number team, which is number 0. And I think that'll pretty much protect them to the end of the race. So nothing can hurt them for the time being. I'll let you know when that expires.
Okay, interesting. And they're they are starting to. Are they catching? They might be catching the number 3. They've got a while to go still, but they are on the move. They are definitely gapping the Aston Martin behind, who they overtook really well. So they're in no worry from the rear.
Well, for the leaders, Mike Noble, Martin Lawrence has chewed into that lead by a few seconds, but it isn't quite enough. And right now, the ballast assigned to the 321, that 10 minutes is up.
Spires now got it down to 2 seconds behind Lawrence. It's only going to be a lap or 2 more before this happens, but then he's only going to have less than 20 minutes really to overtake the car that he's chasing, the Lamborghini of Lawrence.
Well, this is just absolutely dirty. William Ledson Banks donates 10 pounds, says, little gift for car 42. Winking, smiley face, tongue out. That's dastardly for the last place car. But, hey, a donation is a donation. And Ledson Banks, you got it, buddy. That car has been penalized with lack of horsepower.
It's especially sad for the Jaguar, seeing as that's basically the only thing it has. 1 second now between Spires and Lawrence. Number 10 Mercedes for Spinala Motorsport. It's getting mighty close. How long does Lawrence have on his restrictor?
What car number is he? While you're looking that up, Richard Bradfield donates £10. Restrictor for car 2. Michael needs all the help he can get after my stint. Well, Bradfield, money well spent. And the number 2 is now restricted. 20% of his horsepower is gone.
Lawrence is in car 212. Shout out to Richard Bradfield, who has done a lot of help in the ACCSS community. Surprised to see he didn't go for DT's team, but not surprised to see he's being smart with his choice, and he's using it tactically and going for the car just ahead of him. They are 14 seconds behind the number 2. Bentley, driven by Daly right now, is in 17th place. So hopefully that restrictor can give him just enough to catch up and overtake, which is exactly what Spires is hoping that Lawrence's restrictor will do to him.
Well, folks, there you have it. You're talking about the 212 of Martin Lawrence and that Lamborghini. They had 100 kilos of ballast, but it's off now. The timer expires, and the 212 is back up to full chat all of a sudden. From 100 kilos down to no ballast at all now. It's going to feel like a weight's lifted off of him.
That's perfect timing for him, as the Mercedes has just got behind him. He's going to get the slipstream down this straight. Couldn't make anything happen there, but has he slowed the Lamborghini down enough? It doesn't look like he has. They're about equal down the straight so far. And now we're going to get to see if Spires can keep up while the Lamborghini has that restrictor, but he's just gone in way too deep into Lacombe, and that's going to hurt him. He now has to make up some of that time he gained before, but this time without the benefit of the chat on his side.
For the very first time in about 2.5 hours, the 68 does not have a pending penalty imposed by donations. They had 3 at one point. They have gotten through every single one of them. So they are now without a penalty. Their restrictor has been lifted, and they are good to go for the time being. The 313 in 2 minutes is going to have their ballast removed, and in another 5 minutes, the 478 will have theirs removed. The number 0 car is protected, by the way. The 42 and the 2 just got restricted just a few moments ago as we read those donations. Those are all the current cars that are currently being restricted. Every other car has been released. The 68, the 321 have been released. Oh, and the 478, by the way, is about to go under restriction again here in about another 5 or 6 minutes. Oh, that's just evil. This is evil. What I've just read here. The first of all, oh my goodness. Mike Jones donates $10. I know that guy. He says, "Take pity on the 68. ... Let's BOP that 68." Or no, excuse me. Take pity on the 68. Let's BOP that 86. Well, you're the boss. $10 donation by Mike Jones. Thank you for your donation. And the 86 is about to get a penalty. Anonymous $10 donation from the just says 778. You got it, Anonymous. Joshua Lyshan, £10 donation. 70 kgs for the 212. Smiley face, tongue sticking out. As organized with Jesse. Don't say that, Joshua. I didn't do that. He's throwing me under the bus here. All of those penalties coming up.
Yeah, so I'm going to try and give Spires his second chance at this.
So, Joshua, here's what I'm going to do. The last 10 minutes of the race, I'm going to penalize the the 2-1-2. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give them a little bit of a cool down, and I'll penalize them right at the end of the race, give them the full 10 minutes at the end.
That's a great decision there. And interesting, as you can see on the time, Nobel now coming out of the pits. He was in the lead. So this has made this fight that was for second into a fight for first between the Mercedes and the Lamborghini. And Nobel is now coming out behind Haleman and just in front of Schmidberger.
Well, Mike Jones said BOP, so BOP I assume means ballast, so I gave the 68 ballast.
Seems good.
Or the 86, not the 68. I did not penalize the 68. I penalized the 86. So
he now
Benjamin
has 2 cars behind him as well because of the pits that's put Van der Knight back in the car. Arcuving asking in chat, does the 10 have a penalty? He does not. The 2-on-2 is about to get a penalty, but the 10 is clear. So Spires now is side by side with a Bentley, trying to get that lapping done. Not managing it right now. Blue flag's not being easy for him. He's going to want to try and get rid of that Bentley as soon as possible because he is losing time to the 2-on-2 every time he does it. And he probably won't know this yet, but he is going to get another chance later on in this race. He's got just 5 minutes to hold on as well as he can.
Well, I promised the 478 would be getting their penalty that was paid for. Well, here is the 478's penalty coming right at you. Bruno Cadile is not going to like that from third. Meanwhile, the 48 has drive-through all their own.
Oh, that's a pain. Almost in the top 10 there for Oppenheisen. But he's going to have to bow out of that one. There's now nearer the front. Van der Neet is right on the back of Schmidberger. So we're going to start getting some action again in this race. Back marker in front of them as well, who could end up slowing them down. And these two aren't even the ones with the restrictors, so these two are just fighting clean before they get up to the back of Haleman, who is just down the road from them and being slowed down the whole time.
Jan Honorati donates €10, says protecting the 86, less than 3, otherwise known as a internet heart. Here's the thing, I think it was $20 to protect yourself. If anybody else would donate 10 to save the 86, then I would end their penalty early and protect them for the end of the race, basically. So I think it was a $20 donation for that. What I will do is if anybody else can match Jan Honorati's €10 donation to protect the 86, I'll lift it.
Fair enough. We have another car going into the pits. There's Oppenheiser going for his penalty, and Frankie is pitting in the McLaren.
All right. Well, everybody, you can continue to donate as you like. You guys have been incredibly generous. We've raised over $1,300 for our charity PIH today. It's incredible. You guys are absolutely amazing. 134% of our goal. Are you kidding me? You guys are absolutely insane. What I will warn you about is when we get less than 10 minutes, you won't get the full bang for your buck. But we will make fun of the driver for you. How about that? The RCI staff member, anyway. I'm not really big into poking fun at the community. I will poke fun at my coworkers, though. But just know that if you donate inside the last 10 minutes, you may not get the full effect. Laura Conway donates 10 pounds. Penalty for the number 10, please. You got it, Laura.
Oh. So that's going to put players even further back. He was slowly dipping back from Lorenz. But now he's going to take a bigger hit. And that could give Kadili in the Aston Martin behind him a chance to catch up.
I like it when they say please. You don't. It's very nice of all of you to say please. You don't have to. You're donating money to charity. You don't have to say please. But I like it. I like the please. I like how polite this all is. It's like, could you potentially ruin somebody's race for me, please? And the answer is absolutely, I will. You kidding me? What if this was just my job?
That's the life right there. Oppenhausen looks like has come out of the pits just in front of Jay Coombs, and he's actually just gone wide after Pouon, losing that position. But having just come in from the drive-through, he should have more pace than Coombs if he can pull this one off. There's a Bentley behind him who is getting a bit in the way of his racing line. That's a back marker there. The Bentley looks like it has more speed down towards Blanchemont, which is going to be off-putting as well. And then behind them is the Lamborghini of Lorenz, who's going to be wanting to get past all of them under blue flag.
So I've just determined Laura Conway is Harry Conway's mother, I think, is how that works out. I think that, Harry, if I'm incorrect about that, correct me, but I think Laura Conway is your mother. And that's really sweet. Hi, Mrs. Conway. We definitely don't make fun of your boy. We definitely don't do that here. Nobody's ever done that. Also, I kind of hit a button there. Also, Laura Conway, if you are here in chat with us, please, for the love of all that is holy, tell us an embarrassing story about your son as a child. I would love to hear that. That'd be the ultimate penalty.
Bentley there, not happy with being behind a driver, even on a lap ahead, who is seems a little bit slower than him. And he is looking for a way to pass, putting his nose in there. GTR is having to stick around the outside and is not going to make it into here. And now the Lamborghini is going to be on him, and he's going to want to get past as well, because that is the leader of our race right now. And he might not know that the car behind him has a penalty. He's given him the little flash, bopping his lights in there. Nissan has gone wide as well. He's losing a bit of time. He has dirty tires right now, and he is not enjoying himself. The Lamborghini shoots past.
Well, the 42 and the 2 are off of the clock at this time. So they have no restricted horsepower, as they have cleared that at this point, 42 and the 2. In a few moments, the 86 and the 778 will clear their weight and performance limits as well.
So with the penalty on car 10 now, Kadili is starting to catch up. He's now within sight of that car. They're just in the background here behind the Lamborghini that we've been looking at. So we're not going to get the action that I was hoping for in the last lap, but we are going to get another fight for P2 by the looks of it.
The 86 and the 778 have cleared their ballast and or performance degradation, which means that the 478 here in just a second will clear theirs. And then in 5 minutes time, the 212 and the 10 will lose theirs as well.
Yeah, so this should be a really good chance for the 478 then. If that's was holding a penalty as well, he's going to have an absolute fantastic run on the number 10 for a little bit between their penalties, as we're now watching Mike Jones in the McLaren.
And there it is. The 478 is released, and they are now back to full power on that engine. The only two people that currently have any sort of handicap are the 212 and the 10. They're both handicapping each other, but well, it was looking like Harry Spears was getting a little bit close to Martin Lawrence there for a while.
Yeah, well, Lawrence had the restrictor on. He was right closing up, but as soon as that was lifted, Lawrence leaped away. And now we are seeing this get incredibly close. Back marker there in the middle, but he's going to get right out of the way. And so now we get our fight for second place. Aston Martin super close through the hairpin. Gonna stay nice and big in those mirrors through the hairpin, but doesn't even matter. The Mercedes just dips out of the way.
Well, just in time for the end of the race, George Smith back with us again.
Yes, I'm so glad I managed to make it back just before the end. And, I mean, this has been a great event so far, and things heating up to change in the podiums. Harry Spears on the fuel save, having to give up that position then to the 478. And the Aston Martin cruises by to get themselves up into P2. The triple 404 team with Martin Lawrence at the wheel, 11.5 seconds up the road then of the 478 Aston Martin, piloted by Bruno Kedili. I don't know that time limit's going to be catchable for them, so it's looking good for the 212, but you can certainly count your horses that Bruno will be pushing it to the limits to see if they can negate that time gap and get it as close as possible down to the checkered flag.
By the way, Jake Boswell wondering how they had a penalty at all earlier, and I had to recheck my math because that's frightening to me if I would have made a mistake. I was able to locate it. Jake, if you're listening out there, it's Jan Arati. About 30 minutes ago, right after you had cleared a penalty that you had, you Jan Honorati donated 20 euros, and I decided to let him cheat at the end of the race. I gave you a 10-minute cooldown and then gave you another penalty, which you have cleared now. But that's what you're talking about. That's what the confusion is. The 778 was donated by, I can find it here. It's in here somewhere.
JC, you don't have to justify yourself to anyone. You have done
I do, because I
a
want to.
stellar job.
So Anonymous donated $10 for 778. I did not get the two confused. That was an old penalty because I had to give you a cooldown. But that was Jan Honorati who did that to you, Jake, if you're looking for him in the parking lot. Oh, dear. What a fantastic event and just absolutely incredible stuff throughout the entire day. We've got the 212 and the 10 both finishing up their handicap for the race and probably, well, yeah, exactly, for the race. And can I just say what a fantastic job everybody has done here today, from the broadcast team to all of the competitors, the community members, to the RCI staff, to you guys in chat who have absolutely been a treat to hang out with and be involved with. My commentary team here in the booth, Gareth and Mr. George G. Max Smith, and of course the broadcaster with the most, Mr. Nick Setnick, who pulling double duty today. Not only is doing a 4-hour race solo, he'll be with me at Night Out tonight. So thanks to him, thanks to all of you. We raised over $1,300 for charity. It's been absolutely incredible. And I can't say thank you enough, personally.
Yeah, from my side, I mean, Jesse, you and Gareth have just done a stellar job at holding down the fort for this event. I've had to dip out and come back in between sorting things out, and it's just been an absolute pleasure to be alongside you guys in this. And you thank the chat. I'm going to thank the chat as well. Without you guys, you wouldn't have been able to make this as interesting, as fun as it was. I really loved all the moments that we've had here. I think some memories to be made for a long time. I will certainly not forget the time we got to give the entire field drive-through penalties for reaching our goal. And we certainly have exceeded expectations on that. So just a big round of applause all around as we go into the very last, or actually Martin Lawrence going to cross the line in celebratory style as we are coming to the conclusion of the race. The Lamborghini getting a little bit squiggly and doing what normally I do when I'm trying to drive fast. So a great victory coming out, and the 444 takes home the victory. Of course, then shaken, not stirred racing, Bruno Cadilli and Jake Boswell finishing up in second place there. And then Spinala X Sidemax should, in theory, be coming home to get themselves a third place. But celebratory donuts by our finisher. Oh, I mean, could you end up end a race in a stream any better way?
That one took me by surprise there. They must have got to just the time where they crossed it as the timer finished, because I was expecting another lap there, as we've now seen the winners for both our Pro and our AM categories cross the line. And really unfortunate there for Schmeidberger, who is just coming around the last hairpin behind the Porsche of Heelman. And one more lap, he might have had that one, but unfortunately he's going to have to settle for 5th position. And then Edwards, it looks like, is going to come in as our Pro-Am winner in just a little while, coming around Blanchemont now, as everyone's just trading their safety rating away for the fans.
For the fans. Donuts, celebratory donuts, reverse entries coming in there, tapping up the back of Bruno Cadilli in that Aston Martin. But a beautiful field of cars. I asked for a Porsche to finish in the top 5, and I got that, as Hellman gets us that. Good job, Stewie, getting it to the line. But give me that suck. Going to take home the victory in the AM division. The silver Pro-Am side, Tortoise and Hare Racing, they get that win. And our Pro division didn't disappoint up at the front. The fans tried their best to change up the orders. And at one stage, that number 95 had an incredible lead coming out. But, you know, you can't control who the viewers are going to donate to get drive-through penalties, success ballast, or anything else that was contributed today?
Well, for the 212 team, the triple 404, as they're called, the combination of triple R and Connection Loss Racing 404 team, it was fantastic. Harry Conway and Martin Lawrence coming together, getting it done in pro. They had 4 penalties today, folks. They were actually the first one to be penalized as soon as qualifying ended. They had 4 throughout the race, and they were the team that just overcome the most, perhaps because they did not get a drive-through penalty. They were the ones that snuck through. There were so many penalties. I tried to count them up. I think there was somewhere near 48 different penalties that equaled up to $1,350 some dollars. And I believe if you check the ticker, that adds up to just about that. Yeah, it does. $1,355.12, 135.5% of our goal. You guys are so awesome and so generous, especially in the times that we live in now, with all of the stuff we're dealing with in the world. We cannot thank you enough. You are going to literally, folks, save lives with the money that you donated. Of course, all of that money going to our wonderful, wonderful charity company or charity organization. We do appreciate that so much. And for all the drivers that took part, just an absolutely fantastic day. Martin Lawrence, Harry Conway winning it all. Bruno Cadilli and Jake Boswell for the troubles that they had. Remember, Jake Boswell hit the wall hard at the beginning of this race in the 4.78, got all sorts of penalties, and still was able to get second place. Harry Spears and Josh Leishan looked like they could be the team to win it early, just didn't quite have it. Also had their fair share of donation penalties as well, but take home the third place spot. Ted Edwards and Killian Ryan Meenan, I don't think anybody would have bet against them to win Pro-Am today, and they definitely delivered in the 95. Of course, themselves having their share of penalties. And what can you say about the 131? You and chat did everything you could to keep them from winning silver, but Williams and Norbury did just that. Excellent job for winning that category as well. Thank you all, though, for taking part. Taking part is the real winner here, and I'm the real winner because I got to spend the day with you in chat and these lovely people that I share the box with. Now, I'm sort of humbled. I don't know what else to say. If you still do wish to, at any point in the very near future, add a couple of bucks to the fund before it is ended, you may do so with the link provided in chat and on our Discord. We thank you all for your participation. And again, if they were here, I can guarantee Partners in Health would thank you as well. Again, their major function is to bring healthcare and equality to poor and impoverished peoples that don't have access to healthcare. May that be a financial or a localization issue. They help to make sure that healthcare is healthcare, and there is no gap based on monetary value. And they sort of embody what we embody, and we hope that you feel the same way. And certainly, it looks like you do. So, for our first charity event here at RCI like this, I can't think of anything better to do than just say thank you one more time for being with us today, joining us, donating, having fun. We hope that you had fun. We certainly had fun in the booth. And for Nick Setnick, who was on cameras all day, my hat's off to you, sir. And a round of applause indeed for our broadcaster, for Gareth, and Mr. George Smith, who was with us today, who helped me do a lot of the stuff on the backside that I don't normally have to do. Thank you guys very much. Final thoughts?
Yeah, well, thank you for having me once again. It's really great to be here. It was good fun. Great to see so much given to such great charity. If I could give a last shout out, you heard me mention our community ACCSS a few times during today. And I know we've got the Night Owl race later on today that you're doing, but if anyone wants something to watch between that, right now on twitch.tv/ACC Sim Series. Dan Terry, who was competing in this very race earlier in the number 3 Aston Martin, is commentating with Paul Glover from Race Department, our silver split. So if you want some more action, you can head over and check that out before coming back for the night owls. Thank you very much, everyone, for having me here and for being such good fun.
Gareth, it
Yes,
was
indeed.
it was great to have you here. I haven't done stuff with you before, but it was a great time out here. Jesse, as always, you and I get to have fun where we can in the comms box. And
Always
I
a
think I
pleasure.
just want to do a special shout out then to Joe Gleason for all his work on the back end, just getting those donations through to us, making sure that we could apply what we needed to apply to the drivers. But yeah, from my side, big thank you, and hope to see you guys in the near distant future for sure.
Absolutely. Joe doing the helping me do my job, and just said he was only going to be here for a little while, ended up being here for the whole thing. Real champion, and we need to get him on the mic at some point here soon, get him in a championship. But also, one other thing for us here before we wrap it up, I'm going to hand it over to Mike Jones, but before I do that, big thank you to all of our partners here at RCI that help us do these events and reach you folks out there. Race Department, AK Informatica, Race Face Speed Labs, and Sim Racing GP. They are with us in every race we do. They're a big part of the reason we get to do what we get to do. So thank you to all of them for being cool and allowing us to have events like this as well. And again, Mike Jones, $1,355.12, 135% of our goal.
135% of the goal, and as I was just telling the drivers as well, I think big MVP goes out to car number 68 today. If I'm doing my math right, I think just them raised like $350 or so from the 2 DTs and all the other donations I got. So Jordan Straff, Fabian Schmidberger, this is why we did these rules. Fast boys get bopped, and they got bopped and still almost came home P4. So. Jesse, George, Gareth, again, much appreciate you guys being here. Obviously, Gleason's already taken off, and of course, Nick Setnick behind the cameras and all the other staff and everything. I think we're going to plan another one of these soon. This was a hell of a race, even if we don't do it for charity next time, which I don't see why we wouldn't. But we'll have to plan another one of these types of races soon. Maybe get a couple of the other communities involved, because I think this was a ton of fun. A lot of pro-am going on. I know that, like, even watching the stream back, it's a blast watching the pro-am field. You see these slower drivers and faster drivers get in the car, and all of a sudden, you don't know what the order's like. So I'm sure that was interesting to look at from a maths perspective there, Jesse.
Yeah, it was. It is very nice, and the sort of donation handicap worked, I think, is the thing. We didn't know exactly how well it was going to work. Made some tweaks in the middle of it, but it absolutely worked. It brought the gap between the 212 and the 478 at the end right down. It created some passes that were very entertaining to watch, some very timely stuff, some snipe donations. We absolutely love it. Look, if you donated $1 or you donated hundreds of dollars, thank you for every bit. It's going to a great cause, and we hope that you'll join us next time. And speaking of next time, in just a few hours here on RCI TV, I will bring you Night Owl for the normal scheduled time, and Nick Setnick will be with me. Ryan Mawson, who is in the race here today, will be with me in the booth, and I'll get to ask him what his race was like from his perspective, and of course bring you some crazy Night Owl action. I believe it's round 2, and at Spa, indeed. And we don't know what the pit requirement is. We will tell you as soon as we go live, because that is the shtick for the week. Well, folks, it's been a lovely day, a humbling day for us, but a very charitable one for everybody here, and just a fantastic thing. And I love it when sim racing comes together. This is why I love this community. This is why I'm a sim racer and I don't play Dota or something else like that. Anyway, moving on from that, thank you all. We will see you in just a little while for Night Owl Race 2. On behalf of everybody here in the booth and everybody on staff here at RCI, thank you for your donations, and thank you for spending your afternoon and evening with us. We'll be back with Night Owl in a little while. Until then, have a good afternoon.
Bye.